Let me go ahead real quick. We got somebody requesting. Okay, Secret Sister requesting to come up. Secret Sister, how you doing tonight? Secret Sister, how you doing tonight? I see you requested to come up.
Hey, Newstoter, how are you?
I'm
How
doing
you going? How's everybody? How's the family doing?
hanging in there, sister. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just been staying out the way. Just been staying out the way. Staying out of trouble. This place seems to have trouble attached to it. Except you. My husband said I can be with you, DJ, and majority, and that is it.
Well, we glad to have you up in the space tonight, sister. We're gonna have us an interesting conversation tonight as well. Too.
Hey.
Yeah, I already put the actual article in the jumbotron. I'm just gonna let a few more people come up in here, and yeah, this was an interesting article. You see, as this reparation talk starts to gain more and more steam, you got more and more people coming in talking nonsense. Now it's all about. It's like, hey, it doesn't matter economically about systematic racism and white supremacy, anything like that. Is if we get more black fathers in the house, that's the solution. And we do need more black fathers in the house, and nobody would disagree with that. We need black men stepping up to the plate and everything else, but black fathers alone is not gonna uh, shrink the racial wealth gap that we have in this country. It's not gonna undo all of the ills that's been done in the past as well too. Yeah, it will definitely help, but having black fathers, and then it's like, oh, we can't have both. Like, oh, we have to attack black men because they're talking about reparations. So this is going to be an interesting topic tonight, man. I don't know if anybody got a chance to read it. It's been in the news the past couple of days, but we damn sure going to cover it. It's a hit piece.
Can I ask you something,
Yes,
Newstoter?
yes, ma'am.
Um, they say black families need fathers. I mean, the white families are worse off than us. People don't realize, and I'm coming from the governmental side, and what they have on record, it's more black families, believe it or not, with fathers, with children around their children. Now, they might not be with the mom, but they're very active in their children's life than it is white, believe it or not.
Yes, ma'am. And
So,
you got a whole bunch of white people that's out there that's divorced and single mothers as well too that they never really mention as well too. So I definitely get what you're saying. So for the black men, there are plenty of black men that may not be with the actual mother of their child, but they're still taking care of their child. They're still actively involved in their life. But that always gets, they always try to cut that out and not and put something else in there. So we're gonna touch up on this as well tonight, man. I
and
just
another thing I'd like to say, would it be also that, ladies, we have to be held accountable also, because the black fathers aren't in the family, because a lot of the ladies choose the latter part, which is to get that check, and they remove the man out, or they want to be the leader of the house, hold, and they don't want to, like I said, you see, I've always stood on this, that there's a place, a time and a place, and there's also a place in the what we would call the nuclear family. And we do not, we have to find our place, ladies and gentlemen. We have to find our place first. And, we have to have these men show us, because the moment that women see that men are in the protective stance, because a real woman doesn't care about how much he makes, because we can build something together. That's not it. I care more about what kind of fruit you can bear to my children. What is it that you can bring to the household? And like my husband, like you, like DJ, like Ray, like majority, like and Professor, like those are the examples that I see for men. And it's not too many men on here. I'm not saying that there aren't any, more. I can go on and on, but there aren't too many men, and we need to start letting ladies feel and stop being so harsh. We're allowed to cry. We're allowed to be upset. We're allowed to be ladies. We're allowed to be spoiled by men. And one thing my husband loves about this platform and all the platforms I name is you respect me. Even if I am long-winded, you know how to tell me I'm long-winded in a respectful manner. And I know how to accept it in a respectful manner and say, I apologize, and I click off. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to learn how to respect each other.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. DJ, I sent you the co-host invite. I don't know if you can hear me. I sent you the co-host invite. So whenever you get a chance, go ahead and accept it. You got your hand up. I don't know if you might be caught in the matrix. Okay, now you up in. Okay. So y'all, we're not gonna waste any time, man. I want to go ahead and let our people, they can filter in. We got a decent enough crowd. Hopefully Ray, DJ, Secret Sister. I want to go ahead and touch up on this article from the New York Post. It was curated in the Newstoter.com platform. It is on the far right in the actual Jumbotron. So you guys get a chance on the far right in the actual Jumbotron. This is on New York. This is on the this is from the New York Post, but it was actually by this guy named Kendall Quells, who ran for governor of Minnesota back, I believe, back in 2021 or 2022, Republican. Felt the need as always with a lot of, especially unfortunately, some of the black conservatives. They wonder why you have a lot of black Americans that kind of shy away from the Republican Party, even though traditionally we are conservative by nature. It's because you always have somebody up here, Tommen, that has to stand on the shoulders of black people so he can be eye to eye with white folks. So this was a hit piece, like I said before. He's talking about black men. We can go back to the 20s and 30s when you had 90% of the black men and black fathers in the households and stuff like that. And we still was catching hell in this country. So I guess even when we was catching hell in the country, when you had the black fathers, 90% of them, just as many of them in the house as the white ones, what was the problem? What was the excuse then for why we wouldn't do it? So the New York Post, they put one of their lackeys up here. And this guy, he goes back and forth on these conservative type websites, and he posts all kind of negative things about black folks. So let's go ahead and cut to the chase and actually get to this article as well, too, so you guys can go ahead and dissect this and see what's actually going on. So without further ado, let me go ahead and find this article. Like I say, it's on the far right in the Jumbotron, New York Post, Kendall Quells, black conservative, and it was curated on Newstoter.com platform. It's titled "Black Families Need Fathers, Not Reparations for Slavery." Leave it to Elon Musk to tweet a message that perfectly encapsulates the truth about reparations for slavery. At a time when the push for reparations is gaining steam nationwide, Musk's mid-December statement is easy to fool people, but it's almost impossible to convince people that they have been fooled, has never been more relevant. Over the past 50 years, progressives and self-appointed black leaders have fooled many Americans. They fooled them into believing that economic, health, and educational disparities plaguing our community are a result of racial injustices, white privilege, and systematic racism. So he doesn't even hide it. He comes right out and he's saying that that's not the problem. For this foolish crowd, the reparations movement, which this week gained traction with the formation of Reparations Commission in my hometown of St. Paul, Minnesota, is yet another effort to obscure the real ailments impacting blacks while siphoning off billions of dollars towards themselves in a never-ending class of government-dependent families. Rather than demand reparations, black Americans should seek legal damages from left-wing institutions along with their allies in the media and academia, who have destroyed the black family while producing a culture of pervasive victimhood. Because despite the real consequences, the biggest cause of black inequality isn't slavery or redlining or Jim Crow. It's our community's dependency on social welfare programs and the fatherless families they continue to subsidize. Established as part of President Johnson's Great Societies, these programs paved the way for the dissolution of the traditional black family. In 1965, the late New York Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan called the 24% unmarried birth rate in the black community a crisis. Moynihan wrote at the time that a national effort towards the problem of Negro Americans must be directed towards the question of family structure. The object should be to strengthen the Negro family so it is able to raise and support its members as do other families. Today, approximately 80% of Black families are led by a single parent, almost always a mother without a husband, enabled by welfare and other Great Society handouts. The resulting low academic scores, high incarceration rates, and rampant unemployment confirm the massive negative impact progressive policies have had on Black America. Their policies at reparations, yet another form of handout, will not fix until fathers once again lead their Black homes. Indeed, we can no longer ignore the results of generations upon generations of fatherless families. It's a reality I identify with all too well as the son of a divorced mother who lived in Harlem public housing in the early 1970s. As a child, I knew the taste of powdered eggs and government cheese. I witnessed the inhumane treatment of women and children at the hands of drug addicts, criminals, and gangs. This is a grim reality, one conveniently denied by old school progressives and young liberals intoxicated by the quick fix reparations so easily offered. Reparations for slavery will not undo the damage fatherlessness has wrought. If anything, a conditions free financial payout will only exacerbate this intractable crisis. And as Monahan pointed out decades ago, this is a crisis made worse by a woke Black leadership lacking in vision and accountability. Today, while their leaders are busy acquiring multi-million dollar property portfolios, Black youth in urban areas are failing and falling behind. In 2019, for instance, only 14% of Black students in Chicago public schools were proficient in reading. In Baltimore public schools, 37% of Black seniors read at grade level. High performing private and charter schools are well known solutions to these challenges, but school choice continues to be restricted by, you guessed it, progressive groups and teacher unions. And so the school systems propelled by left leaning policies turn out semi literate, underemployable, angry young people trapped at the lowest levels of society and unsure who to blame for putting them there. No wonder reparations sound so tempting. But no matter how great these challenges may seem, the way forward, this is not through reparations. Instead, African Americans must return to their cultural roots of faith, family, and better education for our children. Regardless of how a neat, bold progressives try to tie around it, reparations for slavery cannot undo the generational rot caused by decades of handouts and fatherlessness. It will only further tether, interesting word he put there, it would only further tether African Americans to cultural dependency that can and must be dismantled. Progressives, both black and white, often like to lie to themselves. Fathers don't matter. Whites want to keep blacks down. Reparations for slavery can fix every black ill. But when it comes to fooling folks, it's not just Elon Musk dishing out words of wisdom. As Booker T. Washington wrote in his 1901 autobiography, a lie doesn't become truth, wrong doesn't become right, and evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. To say that this guy was on fire here and that he wasn't put up to this, like, wow, like he took everything that's gone wrong that black people have went through, that it basically is all their fault. And I'll be the first here to say that we as a people need to accept responsibility for some of the stuff that's going on in our community. But to sit up here and he blatantly said that racism, he said white supremacy, Jim Crow, slavery, that ain't have nothing to do with what we went through. That we just making that up. That didn't have anything to do with what we went through. You know, it's really just because them damn fathers out here making all these bastards. That's why we in the predicament we in. Them fathers making all them bastards and them baby mamas sitting up here on their ass collecting them welfare checks. That's why you niggas is in the predicament that you in. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna kick it around the room. I see Ray got his hand up, Secret Sister Trouble. Ray, go ahead real quick, and then let me go ahead and kick it to Trouble and Secret Sister.
Yeah, I'll be real quick, man. This is my thing. It's always they telling us, oh, well, we can't give you reparations because y'all don't have fathers in your home. They will make any and every excuse. It doesn't matter. That's the game that they play. The next thing you know, well, we can't afford reparations. Look how much debt we're in. We're in trillions of dollars worth of debt. Oh, we got to help Ukraine. We got to help the environment. We got to help the polar bears. It doesn't matter. The name of the game is to keep kicking the bucket. Keep kicking the bucket. They don't want to pay, so they want to sit around and blame and finger point, because if you finger point, that makes you think it's on you instead of obviously putting the blame where it needs to be. I land there.
All right, this is gonna be interesting. Like I say, they sent out their flunkies to do the dirty work. This is really what the New York Post really deep down inside was thinking. What a whole lot of conservatives are thinking as well too. But you can go ahead and you can get that pass if you can put it behind a black face. So you got a bunch of white folks already saying it anyways. But it's gonna really really resonate even more so if they can get a black person to say see even their own kind know that they shouldn't be getting it. So we're gonna go ahead and kick it to Trouble, and we're gonna go ahead and kick it to you, Secret Sis, as well too. And anybody else that wants to speak tonight, please go ahead and raise your hand, request to speak. Also, guys, go in the if you can, go ahead and please tweet out the space as well too. We want to have that dialogue tonight, so please go ahead and tweet out the space to your followers. Go ahead, Trouble. Unmute your mic. How you doing tonight?
Hey, brother, how you doing? Shout out to the room, to the co-host, to everybody up in the cut. Much love to my people. Ray said it good. Newstoter, you kicked on it as well. It's amazing how us as black people, we don't have a problem with taking accountability for what we do and what we don't do, what we need to do. And we're the first ones to recognize where the shortcomings in our communities is at. But it's amazing to me how they always seem to want to, like, Ray said, kick the bucket around. Before you could talk about fatherless homes being the problem, maybe you should address why there are fatherless homes. It started back in slavery. That's where it started at. So to say that none of these things, redlining, the jobless, the this and the that, has nothing to do with it, is a false narrative. I don't understand how we all know in slavery times how you was quick to take the man and buck break him in front of his whole family to demean him, then sell him off from his family. You made it a habit of breaking up families. You were the original person inside the black families that was splitting us up. You had no problem doing it, and you continue to do it today with all of these unnecessary putting black men and black women, but mostly black men, in jail. How you're constantly stopping them and fearing for your fucking lives and shooting them down. You are the reason that there are more black. It's you. The white society is more of the problem in the fatherless homes than we are the problem in the fatherless homes, because it's less of us that are leaving our families than the things that caused them to leave to begin with. And it's frustrating every time you see these bootlickers jump up out of the box and want to co-sign for White Zaddy about, well, you don't need reparations. One of the key things he said in the beginning of the article was that, in this new push for reparations, the reparations movement has gained steam. So that's really what all of these articles is about, is the fact that the reparations movement has gained steam. And so you all want to try to taint in the public court of public opinion why we don't need reparations. There's not too many people that come out penning articles about why we need reparations, and those who don't necessarily get the attention that those who disagree with reparations get. When I click on my browser to come online, on one of my browsers, I have MSN, and so it kicks all of the news stories. One of the first news stories that popped up today was from the New York Post about why black people don't need reparations. It's about the same clown's article. When I went on my other browser and Yahoo popped up, same shit. So you all will make sure that everybody gets to read the articles that has to do with something negative when it comes to Black America and things that we deal with and against reparations. But where's the counter articles? The media is a big progenitor to why there's so much backlash against Black America. Point blank period. It seems like we're always it seems like we have so much that we have to come against and contend with as a people. Go ahead, DJ.
Just saying that we are target. That's it. That's the word you're looking for. The media makes us a target. You feel what I'm saying? And then when you pay attention, like you said, all these white folks seem to assume that the reparations is coming out of their check when it's not. We don't even need y'all. Honestly, we just need y'all to advocate for us. But at the end of the day, if everybody's assuming because the white media is pumping up, oh yeah, reparations going to come out your check, white person, it's not. Ain't no debt that it was ever paid to a group of people. Reparations or whatever settlement came out of the taxpayers' money. So, but go ahead. I don't want to take your talking time. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate that because that's what I'm just really in my mind. It's just so baffling and it's so annoying because what the hell does fatherless homes have to do with our reparations other than the fact that you owe us even more money due to the fact that we have so many fatherless homes because of your fuckery. So you wanna try to make the case against reparations by saying, well, no, they don't need reparations. What they need is more fathers in their home. Okay, well, let's delve into why we don't have a lot of fathers in our home, and because you're just making the case for our reparations to say you owe us even more money. I'm gonna land right there. I'll tap back in, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, sister. It's just an excuse and a cop out, and we proved in another space what we did months ago. When we was talking about the actual benefits of welfare and stuff, and we was talking about how, and we already know that whites get more welfare benefits than anybody, and also immigrants as well too suck the actual welfare system dry. So all this talk about black people and all the services they get and this and that. That's nonsense. They can sit up here and try to hide behind time. Well, black people get a higher percentage and this and that or whatever. But black people are not the ones that's draining these actual social services and stuff that they like to lie about. So I'm in total agreement with what you said, sister. We're gonna kick it to you, Secret Sister. We're gonna kick it to Volvo, and we're gonna get to you, Tammy, Disruptive as well too. So let's go ahead and Secret Sister, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, first of all, I'm with you, Sister Trouble. I have a big problem with Elon Musk having any motherfucking thing to say when this motherfucker was raised by a single white woman. Where your motherfucking dad? Where was your dad? Why don't you sit and focus on your white culture and stay the hell out of our black culture? You was born and raised on black soil, okay, by a single white woman. So the fact that he even had the nerve to tweet out anything, that's for one. For two, he's a billionaire. He understands how this whole economic system works. He knows that all they got to do is print the paper. He knows this. He knows this because he probably never touched a bill since he became an entrepreneur. He probably only walk around with cards, okay? And I'm tired of people coming down on our black men. But another thing, when I first came on here, Newstoter, Ray, and DJ, what was the first thing I said? I said, there is a manifesto, the taking down of the black man. And then when I wanted to tell everybody what it was, now I'm the laughing stock of Twitter. But see, when this comes up, because this is part of it, when this comes up, this pisses me off. Because if we as a people would have listened to what I was saying back then, we would have been 3 to 4 steps ahead of their asses right now. So just because it's unbelievable, something I or anybody else say that might not seem so touchable or believable by the masses, do not mean that it's a lie, that it's not going on, or anything like that. We have to start trusting each other and say, fuck ABC, NBC, UB, whatever. And this right now just told me that, Elon, you can kiss my ass because I'm going to leave and I'm going to be on social. Now, if y'all want to see me, that's where you'll see me at, because I think we need to break his bank, pull our dollar out, and our dollar is our motherfucking account. Bye. That's how you have to say it. Bye. Break his ass. This is what I'm saying. We got to start making some kind of move. We can't keep letting them do this to us. We can't. We are the most giving, but get the least. Now it's fucked up when on my street we got fucking illegal immigrants that came here with $250,000 a piece. So when they over there in that house and they got that big ass house, okay, and I'm paying for $400,000 house and $500,000 houses here, and I'm trying to get, and we working our asses off, and they just come across a border and get it, and because their skin is lighter, they get something more than me. I'm sorry. I'm ready to put boots down, and who do we need to go see? Now, see, if we was to go do what the white people did on January 6th, that we all be dead. That's what they want us to do. We are being patient, and we are fighting diligently and professionally. They want us to act like niggas. Niggers are what they are. And I am really upset that they are trying to put down our black fathers. They are attacking y'all, and now any woman that attacks me in my DM about why I think men ain't shit, this and that, fuck y'all, and this is what I mean. They're attacking them, and for every one man, it's 7 women. They taking them out. Every time I look up, they dying. Come on now, we got to get our shit together. I'll end there.
Real talk. And sister, don't forget that they're using a black face once again to go ahead and put this stuff out there too. This dude, Kendall Quells, is a black man up there in Minnesota, black conservative, that they're using as always. They like to use a black face to go ahead and stick it to black people as well too. So as much as we know how racist these media outlets and these political parties are, you can always find a black person. They don't even have to pay the black person. They can go ahead and just promise them some stuff or whatever, and the black person will come out here and will sell you out in a heartbeat. So this black man sitting up in Minnesota got up here, and like I said, he goes running back and forth between these conservative websites, posting all kind of negative things about black Americans, and he's hoping to further his career by doing this as well, to ingratiating himself to the white supremacy. So this is the kind of stuff that we have to look out for as a people as well too. Secret Sis, I'm gonna get back.
Who is that?
His name is.
He's from Minnesota.
His name is Kendall Quells. He ran for governor I think in either 2021 or 2022. I'm not sure, but yeah, he ran for governor. Yeah.
No, I see. He's from Minnesota, right?
Yeah,
so
he's from.
We got to start, and we also got to start holding these coons. We got to start making clear examples of them, and he should be the first one, I think.
Absolutely. Let me go ahead and we're gonna get back to, and everybody that wants to speak tonight, please, like I say, just go ahead and request to speak. We want to hear it. We want to hear the space's opinion on this here. We're going to be talking about this tonight. This is the topic of the topics. It's trending on Twitter. Basically, even though it's not trending, it's still trending because people's talking about it and whatnot. So we definitely want to hear our people's opinion about this as well too. So I'm gonna go ahead and kick it to This Is Not Volvo. How you doing tonight, bro? What's up?
What up, bro? Nothing much for me, man. You know, it's not really. This is like this don't really bother me because I see what they trying to do. They trying to poke at. They want an emotional reaction. They going out their way to do this. This is something they literally have went out their way to do. Like they really went out their way, and they already know they listening. They in here right now. They listen to everything we say. They listening to everything we do. So I mean, if we gonna react emotional and we know what they trying to do, then they got us. You know what I'm saying? Like they got us. This is some type of weird game they want to play. So for me, it ain't really I read it. It ain't really even a big deal for me. It's funny. My thing is this, right? If we don't get together in a real way, it's like they're trying to push us together. It's like they're doing everything in their power to try to push us together. We the ones ain't really getting it. We tried, but we ain't really getting it. You know what I mean? But if we don't get together in a real way, then we're going to keep being in the same position that we in. You know what I'm saying? So we need to, my focus is we need to get together in a real way. That article, they know exactly what they doing. They just put talking points in all the white supremacists' mouth. They just put that talking point in all the white supremacists' mouth. In the white supremacists, and the Africans, and the Latinos, and the Asians. Don't nobody want to see us get these reparations because we should unify. This should be unity right here, and that's what they're afraid of. They afraid of us coming together. My thing is this, right? You don't see them doing this to nobody else. At this point, they telling you it's something special about you. It's just something special about us. We minding our own business one more time. Here they come out of left field. You don't see them talking about what the Asians need to be doing, what the Latinos need to be doing. They ain't doing none of that. This shit is about us. You know what I'm saying? I know I don't really like to bring religion in all the time, but I got to this time. The Bible says, gather yourselves together, O nation not desire. Gather yourselves together, nation not desire. That's what we should be doing. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, that's still some good game. We should be gathering ourselves together. We are the nation that's not desired. We are the people that's despised, the people that's hated. Why are we not getting together in a real way? I appreciate you letting me speak, bro.
No problem, and I'm agree with you say it to a certain thing on this here, Vovo, because in that article it even talks about it. And one of the first few sentences in the first paragraph, he talks about as the push for reparations gains national steam. So that's letting you know that a lot of these think tanks and like you said, they're listening. They hear these conversations on these social media apps. They hear it everywhere. They see that it's gaining steam and whatnot. That's my point of why they put their little black flunky out there to go ahead and try to cause some tension and trying to get some pushback on this as well. So we actually, like I say, people can sit up here and say that, the stuff that goes on these social media apps and Twitter and Facebook and stuff don't matter, but it really does matter, y'all, because he himself. Now, this article, the New York Post, is gaining a lot of national attention right now. And one of the first things that this guy talks about is the push for reparations is gaining national steam. So everybody feels it, everybody senses it. It's not only gaining national steam, that he kind of undersold a little bit. It's gaining international steam, global steam. It's getting other countries, other people that also talk about reparations. People over there in the Caribbean, people in Africa. You got people like I talked about it before. You got Poland sitting up here talking about Germany, them reparations for World War II and everything. The fact that what goes on in this country, that black people, they are the actual culture. And when black people push something, it gains national steam. It gains worldwide. So, right. So I agree with you saying that, Bobo. They're trying to go ahead and they're trying to knock this as much as possible. That's why it's up to us to continue to keep pushing this as well, to keep this narrative out there as much as we can. Keep this thing rolling because it's not going anywhere. Do not, guys, don't get upset if you don't think it's going as quick as it should. This is a long-term fight here. You may not see it in your lifetime, and be okay with that. Even if you don't see it in your lifetime. Try to do it for your kids. If your kids don't see it, try to do it for your grandkids, your great grandkids. The fact of the matter is we just want to win. Whether we actually get to see the reparations or not, one of these generations coming behind us will see it. And that's my whole mindset. Let's not fold like a sorry hand in cards. Let's keep going forward. Let's keep pushing for this as well because they're starting to feel the heat as well too. So we got to keep pushing forward as much as we can because it's gaining not only national steam, is gaining global steam, and it's got people uncomfortable because you got other people throughout the world demanding reparations now as well too because of what Black Americans is putting on the actual agenda. Let's go to you, Tammy. Go ahead.
Let me say this real fast, bro.
Go ahead.
Just two things. Actually, this is helping. You know what I mean? That's why we can't get emotional about this. This is actually helping. The more they talk about it, period, negative or not negative. What was my statement? It was something. 48 laws of power, right? One of the laws is court attention at all costs, right? Court attention at all costs, whether it's negative attention or it's good attention, it's still attention. It's getting the message out there. You know what I'm saying? For them to come out and be this disrespectful about it,
other people are going to be looking at it. So it's actually helping. The more that this shit get talked about, the faster it will go. You know what I mean? Because it's going to be some people that's going to say, they need fathers. But it's going to be some people that's going to look at the facts and be like, yeah, them people got dead wrong. You know what I'm saying? And one last thing I want to touch on, something you said. You said you found it interesting when you said he used the word tether. They listening.
Yeah. You caught that part, like when he used the word tethered. I'm like, oh, that was kind of interesting. Little comment he put up in there. Like, that kind of even got me. I'm like, okay, so yeah, these people are definitely, man. They tuned in. I ain't gonna say they tuned into these Twitter spaces and stuff, but they see what's going on these apps and stuff like that. They hear it. They actually know exactly what's going on. They can feel the and you're right. They need to keep talking about it. We need to keep them, whether negative or positive. We need to keep these people constantly talking about the reparation movement and keep it up there because it's not going anywhere. That's why it's also important for a lot of our young ones on the college campuses to go ahead and push that agenda as well too. We need to have the next generation coming up right behind us that's going to push it even harder than us. So then their kids will push it even harder than them. Let people know that this is not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be on the American agenda from here on out. So we definitely got to do that as well too. Let me go ahead real quick. I'm gonna kick it to you, Tammy. Before I do, in the Jumbotron, y'all, we have the actual newsletter and the actual YouTube channel as well too. Please make sure you subscribe to it. I was on the Real Dana. Right before this Twitter space started, Real Dana, she actually said it because I went there. She gave me the number. I called in. She had a panel. I called in. I spoke for a little bit before this actual Twitter space came on, and she was like, "Yeah, I got the topic for my discussion tonight for my YouTube channel, actually from you, Newstoter." So she gave me the number. I called in for a little bit. I didn't hear the whole thing, so I was able to just come in and chime in. So if you guys can, when you go to YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the Real Dana. She's always doing her podcast and her YouTube channels with Judge Joe Brown. She's definitely a good sister to listen to. So y'all make sure y'all support that sister. She went ahead. This is the second time she invited me. I was able to come on today. She knew I had a Twitter space tonight at 8, so she had her YouTube channel today at 7. So I was able to join in for a little bit and just speak a little bit on this issue as well too. So like I say, man, this is gaining national attention. This is gaining. We need to keep the pressure on these people. Don't let up. Don't quit. Keep it going. If we got kids, we need to also let them know about reparations as well too, so they can be the next ones to go ahead and push forward this agenda. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel and the newsletter as well. And if you can, support us on Cash App. That is $Newstoter. Let me repeat that again. That is $Newstoter. Remember, Newstoter is the largest Black-owned news curation platform today in America. Also, if you don't have a Cash App, we have the Venmo and the PayPal up in the Jumbotron as well too. Let me kick it to you, Tammy. Go ahead and unmute your mic. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Y'all, we past emotional. We should be getting factual. And every single time I notice a pattern with Black people, we run. We don't want it. We ain't gonna worry about it. We gonna leave. We tired of doing that, y'all. Because just like this is getting national attention, we need to push back on the truth. And we never do. It's clear that no one is okay. I have a question, and I'm gonna mute my mic because I really want answers. What is the answer to why we need reparations? What would you answer? How would you answer why we need reparations?
The question you should be asking yourself: what does reparations look like to you as a Black Negro freeman American? Let's start there, because at the end of the day, we already know the reasons why we're economically disenfranchised. Government, white supremacy.
Do we?
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, the average Black American might not think that because they might have grown up prominently and actually grown up in a particular household where, you know, the mother and the father was there.
No.
Well, I'm talking about the ones that don't know. Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that don't know. I got you. Some of our folks don't seem, when we talk about reparations, or at least when I talk about it in the street, the average Black person don't care about that. They don't even know what reparations is by definition. They don't even know the definition of reparations. So how are they supposed to know what it is they're owed? You see what I'm saying? But we'll take our asses to work faithfully, 40 hours a week plus, slaving. You feel what I'm saying? And the moment that boss man don't pay you your bread, you gonna have something to say about that. I just had my neighbor. I had to go take her around the other day to her job because her job shorted her. And she had no money in her bank account to pay her bills. You know what I'm saying? So I had to ride her around, go to the bank, go to her job. She raising hell. Yeah, they paid her money and shit. So, but why we ain't doing the same things around the reparations? Meaning the debt that's owed by definition. And if the government owes us X quadrillion dollars and the interest is ticking on it every day, when you see people like these white supremacists that get put in position, like a paying Gedgeron, he got the nerve to have reparations on his stock barrel of his gun, drove 4 hours away from his town. And keep in mind, this dude is a first generation immigrant, yo. He's a first generation born. His family came from somewhere over in Europe. So why did he feel the need to say in writing his manifesto, to repeat a manifesto, that he hate blacks, Latinos, and all this other stuff? And you had the nerve to load up a hot power rifle and drive 4 hours away to kill black people. So if we don't need reparations, for those that keep assuming, we don't need reparations. You just had a white supremacist murdered the little 13-year-old homie, what's his name, Cesar Reed. Like, come on. Neighbors is reporting that this white man hopped out the truck and just gunned this little kid down. Drove off, came back, and shot him again. If that we don't need reparations for that, I don't know what it is. You feel what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, when you pay attention to what's going on, like Secret Sister said, these immigrants are getting funded by the government. And I don't understand, for the love of God, how our black people, right, I don't understand how our black people didn't catch on to what Jim Crow said. If you want anything from me, you're going to have to learn to work with these people. Why we got to work with them? They don't got no history in this country. They lost the war to y'all. You know what I'm saying? And y'all took their shit. So at the end of the day, why we got to suck up to them? They don't even fucking speak English. They ain't even speaking the king's language. So why we got to suck up to them? And they ain't going to never take their country back. This ain't Mexico no more. It's the United States of America. That shit is over. So you got these so-called South American folks like that chick that was on TikTok talking shit about reparations in California. Your ancestors lost the war, shorty. Why are you mad at black people, though? You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't you be mad at your ancestors, your Mexican people, about how y'all got suckered and lost the war to the white man? But nobody say nothing about this. Everybody is attacking black people, black Negro Americans specifically. So when we say, hey, what does reparations look like to you? Well, shit, it's everything that's going on that's against us. Why y'all fucking with us and won't leave us alone? They didn't leave us alone during Black Wall Street, Rosewood's 100-year anniversary of Rosewood, by the way, January the 1st. You feel what I'm saying? So where was the reparations at for our people getting bombs dropped on them? You feel what I'm saying? Baby, you dropped a bomb on me. Y'all know that song. That's what that song is actually about. From the Gap Band. They from Tulsa. Baby, you dropped a bomb on me. Yeah, that was a dope hit, club hit, but that was telling you something specifically about your history. So you'll never forget that shit. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the Philly move, with the move bombing, the Newark riots. You see what I'm saying? LA riots. Where's our bread at, yo? Now these Mickey figures can come across the border and just get EBT, housing, cash payments, all this bread, but black folks out here suffering. So I'm gonna just land my plane here because I don't want to be long-winded. So my aunt, she understands politics. Right, my aunt, she understands politics. So I was talking to her a little bit earlier, and I've been trying to put my family onto this type of rhetoric. And sure enough, I forgot what the conversation was about. We were just talking about something in general. Man, did she just start going in on these tellers about how the government funded on? Oh, damn, you sound like you taking my talking points, aren't you? It wasn't important a while ago, so what made you change your mind? So you keep, drilling it in our people's head. Hey, look, this is what we're owed. I'm in a laundromat today. I'm teaching a 65-year-old reparations. He's like, yeah, I know what that means, but I don't understand it. Well, look at all these meme pictures I'm showing. Look at all this stuff, that articles I'm showing. Reason why we need this stuff. I ain't got time to make you a believer, but hopefully it stays on your mind as you sleep tonight and wake up, go through your week. Why you poor? Why you broke? Why you still working at the age you are now? Shouldn't you be well into your retirement? You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, when people be like, well, why you need reparations? Why don't we need it? At the end of the day, we don't make no poppy plants to turn poppy seeds into cocaine and turn that into crack rock. That wasn't our idea. That's all government shit. FBI was the first to push cocaine and all types of drugs into the black neighborhood, along with the Italian mafia. See that? So when we say, hey, we need reparations, when during the post-Civil War, when we were free to go do whatever it is we want, the government enacted Jim Crow laws to re-incarcerate us back into slavery legally through the judicial system. So when we say we need reparations, Ken Doll, whatever your name is, New York Post, they ain't even none of y'all business if you against it. So if y'all against reparations, you can go to buyourBlood.org, buyourBlood.org, scroll down, and you can fill out the reparations opt-out form if you're a Negro Freeman, and we'll know what to do with your share of the money to pass it along to the next person or divvy it up even more, so that will be less people with their fucking hands out. You know what I mean? Now yield it.
All right. Let me go ahead and go to original. Original, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, peace, black power, and reparation. Thank you for that, DJ. You know, I find it odd. Everybody and their mama can question why black folks need reparation. What make us think we need reparation? But yeah, and I wonder now, when the Indians got reparations, did they have the same perspective? When the Jews got reparations, and we didn't do anything to them folks, the Jews, they understand that, because a lot of this is like this.
Original, we ain't do anything to them, but we definitely did something for you. We went to war on your behalf. And got nothing. Where's these black veterans with their GI bills from World War I, II, and Vietnam? Still ain't got their money to this day.
Exactly. But yet, when black folks step up to the plate, everybody got something to say. And the one thing that this boy had in that article, they always see. One of the things that they're pissed off about is this. This fight is coming from the grassroots, because he threw in there these self-proclaimed leaders. You see, like Dr. Claude Anderson taught us, you do horizontal leadership, not vertical. Because if it's horizontal, if brother or sister is sick or just something happened, the next person step up and just keep it moving. So I find it interesting that he said this. He says he didn't call them any name, but he said these self-proclaimed leaders. So I know that we are there. We're basically at reparations right now, because the Democrats gonna have to make a decision. Do they want to get elected, or do they want the Republicans to run the country to the ground? Because I gotta tell you, I did not vote for anyone in this past election. I only voted for the propositions on the ballot. And I find it odd because, it's like someone said, everywhere we built, now they keep asking us, what's wrong with us? My picture, what the hell is wrong with white folks and they sickness? Everywhere we built across this country, they came in and destroyed it. But yet then they turn around and say to us, well, why you all are not doing well? The Asians just came over last night. See how well they're doing? You know, this is insane. But yet, a lot of people that's questioning why we need reparations. Have you ever questioned why the Jews get it, or anybody? I just find that it's just interesting, you know. And they always want to cite this Daniel Patrick Moynihan. But if you read that about the Negro families, they basically, when you read it, you have to read it and read through the lines, because they're basically telling you that they've screwed you and why you are in the position that you're in, and asking you, well,
real talk, original, real talk. Go ahead, brother.
They tell you what they did to you, and then they turn and question. So, what you gonna do to get out of this mess? We just want to know. But see, what they're pissed off about still is that, see, out of all the crap they've done to us, we are still here. You know, he even cited that what was it, Turner Murdoch, what I can't think of the name of it, an American Dilemma book. But see, what it is that, see, we are the most studied people on this planet. Because one of the things that we do, we create and we build. They wiped us out, but we still continue to build and create. And so they are afraid. They know that once we get out and we are going to get this money, we're going to get this within my lifetime. This not going to the next generation. We're going to get this within my lifetime. And so when we do this, and when we start this building, but see, this time, as some of us are already right now, we're strapped. Now y'all see these little videos online. These white folks walk up to these real black men and they talk junk and get the crap beat out of them. I mean, I saw one of a young brother. He was in a restaurant, beat up two big burly white guys. They were older than him, and when he knocked both of them out. I'm like, damn, brother got some skill. And then all this stuff about where are the fathers? Shahrazad Ali, I heard her. I mentioned this before, where she had stated that she was down in Florida. I think it was back in the '90s, and they was opening up, had a grand opening of some apartment complex for women and children. And like she said, well, where are the fathers? Okay, you do stuff, but you don't include the man. You're not trying to make it possible for the man to be invited into the children's lives.
Hey, Richard, that's funny you just said that, because I was driving earlier today, and I keep forgetting this rec center is down in the hood of Newark, and it's by I think the mayor Ras Baraka's sister, Anani Baraka or something. It's a women's center. You see what I'm saying? And it's in the middle of the hood, but where's the black man center at? Okay, we're going to have one for the women. Where's the black man at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. See, they keep talking about the black family, but yet everything that you do, you're trying to destroy the black family and make it impossible for the black father, and that was making it impossible for the black father to interact with his children. Because there's a brother in LA, and this is on a website. It says, "My child says daddy." And this brother, he and his wife, they got a divorce, and she wanted full custody of the children, and he had to fight to be able to have access to his own children. I mean, they throw up all these roadblocks. They're just like you see some of these sisters. They will they go get with the DA and want to put the brother on child support. Child support is not always a good thing to do. You need to try to communicate with that brother first. And then if you can't do that, then you go that way. But yet they don't want that. All they want is chaos and confusion among us. But see, now they see that, well, they're waking up now to a different tone. And they see now that we're not dependent on a black candidate or a black elected official to help us. We see that we have to do this ourselves. Reparation2023.com. So everybody needs to go to that website, and if you can't go, do something. If you can't make it there, because see, this is our fight, and we have taken it out of the hand of the pimp agents like Al Sharpton, who is a known FBI informant, and not going to do anything to benefit us. So that's why people see he's not listening to as much as they want us to believe, because people see what an agent he is, and they're not going that way. So I just want to say that, because, like I say, and then this agent that just wrote this hit piece, what's interesting in this also is that how these Republicans, they get mad because they can't convince us to vote for their stupidity. They tell us to come and vote for them, but they don't offer anything. Okay, what are you going to do for me if I vote for you? Well, we're just going to work on taxes. No. What are you going to do for my demographic? If my demographic is not going to benefit, and then they try to make this excuse about giving corporate welfare, well, these corporations provide jobs. I don't give a damn what they provide. If we got to stand on our own, they got to stand on their own too. And if they can't do it, then I don't know. And let me say this too. Now they talk about he said something about the inner cities and this, that, and whatever. Okay, they gave our people subsidized housing. But what did they do? They painted the walls with lead paint. Some of the children, and being in that environment with the lead paint, had it caused cognitive issues with the children as well as the parents. So all these things they've done to us, but yet we are to blame for it. You see. So I just wanted to say that, and I'll land with that because this right here it's just totally insane.
Thank you, brother. Original, as always, glad to have you up in the spot. And I know you're gonna have that fire as well too. Let me give a shout out real quick to my two sisters that always support, Valerie and Michelle. Thank you for your contribution on Cash App, sisters. I definitely appreciate it. I know you sisters always look out, so thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. Real quick.
My turn.
Wait. Who said they turn?
Hey.
Tammy, you was already speaking.
Well, no, I didn't.
Yeah, you are speaking.
My time was taken.
You asked didn't you ask a question?
He had asked everybody to answer the question, and then DJ. Yeah, that's what she was saying. She was asking for like a quick asking.
Yeah, I wanted to answer it. That's the only reason why I raised my hand, but I forgot what the question was.
Okay. Well, Tammy, I'm gonna let you go real quick. Go ahead.
Every system American government has created has dismissed, minimized, and devalued the American Black family. Okay? We have name me one thing we received, and I put a couple of things in the Jumbotron. I need y'all support on my timeline. All of that stuff on the timeline is vetted and true. We are going to get reparations so quickly because they are talking about it. Who do you think created all these narratives? White people, and we believed it without studying it. And we know it ain't true. Queen of Welfare, Ronald Reagan. You know, all of this has been narrated by the government. Who took down all of the programs? You know, the FBI, the CIA. They said they was targeting Aretha Franklin. I looked it up, but I didn't vet it. But that's what was said. Y'all, we got to stop running from this and start and you don't have to, it's not a fight. It's the truth. Start putting the truth up against it. Because white people don't know us at all. I told y'all about my story getting called a thief and and an attacker in a mental health group of white people. Not one protected me, not one corrected them, and then they blocked me from the group. These are mental health professionals. You hear me? This is who's supposed to be helping us. They don't know us, and they don't care to know us, or they will be reading the history of why we're called all these things, because their experience when they get to know us is different. Bet on that. Their experience. And why would you be letting all these bad named people take care of your kids, cook your food, live in your house? Why? We have got to start getting knowledgeable about why we were called this stuff so that we can go back and forth. I challenged him to a debate. You think I would challenge him to a debate if I didn't have knowledge of a lot of stuff that I know he don't know or appreciate? And I'm serious. Let's debate this. Not holler, not scream. Let's debate this. I'll have you out in 20 seconds.
Well, that's the issue with white supremacy, Sister Tammy. You know, they don't have to debate anything. All they got to do is continue to lie, cheat, deny, steal. Lie, cheat, deny, steal. Lie, cheat, deny, steal. They don't even have to debate you. Just deny it.
Yeah, let me give a shout out to Jerome too. Jerome, thank you for your contribution on Cash App as well too. I see. I'm gonna get to you, Volvo, and I'm gonna get to Secret Sister. I know you got your hand up as well too. I see my man A Boogie up in the spot as well too. A Boogie, a new speaker. So let's get a new speaker up in here as well too. A Boogie, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, family? Peace, power, and reparations to the family. Yeah, man, I took a look at this article, man. Thank you for putting it out there. I mean, you always out there, you know what I'm saying? You got all the stories. But yeah, man, this thing is just like kind of crazy because this I guess this news publication, they've been putting out articles like left and right, you know what I'm saying? Study talking about reparations. So that's how you kind of know that, you know what I'm saying, we on their mind, like somebody else said, we the most study group or whatever. So they know what's going on, what time it is. We organize and we getting this thing together. Now, for them saying that we need family, so I looked at the guy who wrote the article. So apparently he's a black guy. I don't know if he's like a freedman or an FBA, whatever you want to identify yourself as, but I find it kind of odd that he's a Republican black guy and he wrote this article, you know what I'm saying? And he, you know what I'm saying? He was a Trump guy too, which actually is kind of weird. I don't know, like all this stuff is like that's going on is kind of weird to me. But at the same time, though, we still got to recognize what he's saying that black family, we are fathers. So like there was an article saying that we are the most active fathers out of all fathers or any ethnic group. So all this shit is just real, like just slander.
Therapy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like slander campaigns and shit. You know what I'm saying? So we already know what type of time it is, man. We ain't doing that wrong. We just got to keep stomping, man. This is just some bullshit. So I wouldn't take it too much to heart, but you know what I'm saying? Just take it as motivation that, you know what I'm saying, we do got some stuff that we got to fix, but at the same time, though, we know what's been done to us. And we just going to keep moving with that. Like, we just moving in truth. And that's really all it is, you know what I'm saying? So just keep moving in truth. And then, you know what I'm saying, just, man, we just got to keep doing what we're doing. That's all I got, yo.
Appreciate you, brothers. Always.
My children are in therapy. I'm telling y'all. How do I know? Because I'm a therapist with 2 locations. Okay? I read. Their children get no guidance.
Hey, Tammy, sweetie, you know you kind of cut me off as I was speaking there a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give my man A Boogie because he always support the platform. I'm trying to give him his shout out and love and whatnot. So y'all kind of don't come off the mic so quick, especially when the co-host is speaking. Got love for you, Tammy, but let me go ahead and give my man A Boogie because his brother always supports and always support the content and whatnot. And let me just say, A Boogie, I feel you on that. We brothers know that we take care of our kids. Are there deadbeats in the black race? Yes, deadbeats out there. It's some sorry brothers out there that don't do anything for their kids and stuff. And that's in every race as well too. But when you start getting to the point like this article tried to go ahead and you want to sit up here and say that a country who has profited off the misery of black people and that, you know, the only reason that black people are behind or down is because, you know, black people basically, you know, black men are just too damn sorry to do anything. And they sitting around here impregnating a bunch of women and you got the government taking care of their responsibilities and stuff. You know, that's Klan talk that you're talking about. That's white supremacist talk right there. So you got a Negro to come up here and they got him to validate the hate that they have for black people, use him in blackface. And so he can go ahead and also try to further his political career and his ambitions off of black people as well, too. So that's why we did the space. We know we're going to keep pushing this thing forward and whatnot. And we know that they shaking. And that's what we said when Volvo, we was talking about that, you know, they're listening to the terms and stuff. They're hearing stuff. And I don't say tether like y'all know. I don't say, oh, this person's a tether, but I know a lot of the people say tether and this and that. And when he started talking about, like I said in that first paragraph, talking about, well, nationally that the push for reparations is gathering steam. Yeah, we know it's gathering steam, and that's why they push you out there to the front to kind of take some of that steam off. So yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm not gonna, like I say, we talk about this kind of stuff and dissect it because it's good to know, but we're not gonna let something like this stop us. I know my brother originally said he feels that reparations is gonna come in his lifetime, and I like by God, I hope it does come in our lifetime as well too. And I'm gonna tell you, even if, like I said before, even if it don't come in my lifetime, if I don't see it, I'm still pushing for it. If I never get that check, I'm still gonna push for it for future generations. So I won't be the least bit down if I don't see it in my lifetime. Yes, I like to have it. I like to have it in my bank account, but if I don't, hopefully my kids or grandkids will see it. So I'm gonna continue to push for it. I'm gonna continue to fight for it as much as I can. Tammy, I'm gonna let you say something real quick, and then I'm gonna go to Volvo.
I just want to say that a lot of white children are in therapy. They're raised by nannies. They don't see their parents. They are out here blowing up shit. Who blows up a hose? Look at the Oklahoma bombing. Who does that? Who shoots up people that, they are not being guided right. And it's to take the focus off of what they are not doing. But y'all, please, please, please go follow up with these stories. It will empower you. You won't get emotional anymore. You'll get ready to go back and forth because you know the truth. None of what they say is true about Black people. None of it, but we carry it.
All right, Tammy, thank you. Volvo, I know you had your hand up for a little minute. Go ahead, brother. Unmute your mic.
Oh yeah, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. It was. I wanted to answer that question that she posed to the room. Also, I wanted to say that was bait. That was bait, and niggas taking it. Niggas took it. I mean, you can't help but to take it. We in the social media era, but it was something else that was said. What we say, these so-called leaders. To be honest with you, that was bait for Tariq. That was bait for him. And then what they gonna go do is watch his. He do like a weekly broadcast. They gonna watch that. They watching his page. That was bait for Tariq and for all the rest of them to get them talking. They did everything to make it bait. They did everything. They got a black guy to say it, so you can't say it's racist. They used all the dog whistles like tether and shit like that. That was just bait. They really are. They might be in here right now. Y'all might think like this little small room isn't important. They listening to all that shit. They got a bug in their ass about us. Also, I wanted to answer that. She posed the question to the room. It was like 5 speakers ago. That's the reason why I came back up. What was the question again?
What would be your response if they asked you why you think you need reparations?
Oh, what would be my response? Okay, all right, yeah, I got it, yeah. All right, what did they say? You think you need reparations? Because we do. That's justice for one. Reparations for me is not just about money. It's about justice. It's about justice. This country did us wrong. What all they got is money. What they gonna do? They gonna let me put the white man back in slavery? And for a couple hundred years, I'll take that in. I'll take that. You keep the money. Let me get that in. So that's all they really got to offer is this bullshit paper that they playing with. That's it. What it would look like for me is I live in a black neighborhood. My family been in this neighborhood for almost 100 years, right? This neighborhood has this was white people's old shit. Black America. Every time I go to these cities and all that, I've been all over America. Black America is old and need to be torn down. I want to see Black America get rebuilt. We're not about to go nowhere. We're gonna have to rebuild it eventually. So why not start now? You know what I'm saying? We don't want to pass this old decrepit shit, these old buildings and these old houses on to our children. It's time for the shit to get torn down and rebuilt. The suburbs get rebuilt all the time, every 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Some of these buildings been up since 1910, 1900. You know what I mean? So that's what it'll look like for me, repair. You know what I mean? We can't really get back with it. The only way we would get true justice is if we could do them the same way they did us. That'll never happen. So we gotta just take this bullshit paper they keep playing with, and we gotta rebuild with it.
Pay attention to the infrastructure money that they done gave to the states. Trillions.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get to Ray, Secret Sister, and DJ. Ray, go ahead and unmute your mic.
What's going on, everybody? So I just want to touch on something really quick. Like I said, anytime they really want to get a message out, the first thing they always do is to say it looks exactly like that.
Can't hear.
Yeah, we can hear you right. Yeah.
Walking through my laundry room, man. Yeah, so anytime they really want to push something out, the first thing they do is they always want to get someone that looks just like us, push the message, like News was saying. That way they don't seem racist because, hey, it came from a black person. But the problem with that is these people, they do this in hopes to, bump up their career or, get a show on Fox News and any of this other stuff. But at the end of the day, when they're done using these people, their careers are always destroyed. It's always, a sex scandal or something crazy that comes out of the blue once they're done using them. So then they can't even come back. Obviously they can't come to our community because, hey, you spend all these years cooning, go back over there with them. You love them so much. So hey, I just want like the good brother said, there's not a retirement plan for cooning because the way they look at it is if you'll sell your own people out, what would you really do to me? That's the way they look at it. I don't think these coolers really realize it until it's too late. I land there.
Yeah, you're right. And once they get used up, like what Professor Black True say, once they break their tools and stuff like that too.
Yeah, that's what they say. When they don't do tools, they break them. They do it every single time.
So that's what's bound to happen to this dude. Like I said, this dude just trying to further his career, and it's always it's crazy that people always look to beat on black people to further themselves as well too. And this is a black man up here. He had a little picture with his family, so I guess he's showing that, hey, I'm a family man, and this is what we need, and this and that. And like I say, none of us would disagree with that. None of us are saying that, hey, that we shouldn't try to build a black families and make them stronger, as strong as possible. But at the same time, we can't sit here. Like I say, there were times in this country where you had 90% of the black men in the house raising their kids, and black people still caught hell with systematic racism and white supremacy. Explain to us, since having all those fathers in the house, why wasn't the plight of black people much better than what it was? Because you had the black fathers in the house, you had the black marriages and everything, you had black men working. So why were black people still as a race in the group so far behind, even with these black fathers in the house working, busting their tail, raising their kids? They were in the church. I know he said that about education, faith, and family, and this and that, whatever. For the ones that could afford to send their kids off to college, they could, but a lot of them couldn't. So why, since everything is all about the black fathers, tell me this? Because even when he pointed out that article with Patrick Mohan, 75% of the fathers was in the house at that time. Almost close to 80% of the fathers was in the actual household at that time. And yet black people you saw getting water hosed down on the streets, getting their head bust open with billy clubs. The racial wealth gap was crazy. So since it's all about the black fathers and stuff like that, explain to me. Because you would think that since a black father was in the house, they was working and this and that or whatever, they wasn't sucking off the government teat, let him tell it. Why wasn't things much better for black people? Why they have to go and march on DC, and why they had to do these sit-ins, and they had to do all this other stuff, since it was simply because the black father and fatherness and all this other nonsense. It seems like it would be a much, much deeper issue that was going on. Because if that was the case, if it was simply having the black fathers in the house, then we wouldn't have had those issues back then. So it runs deeper than what this man is saying, and he knows this. And this is why we can't stand, like, this is why people have an issue, like I say, with a lot of black conservatives as well. Yeah, yes, a lot of us are conservative by our values and stuff like that, but actually being a part of the conservative party is a whole nother thing. Now, I'm not up here to champion no Democrats as well, too. I think that we should remain as independents and vote based just strictly on a candidate. But to sit up here and just go up here and kiss tail like this and just straight up lie, man, when you know this is nonsense, when we can sit up here and we can prove what you're talking about with the welfare system, because we did it in a space before, and we proved that you had a bunch of illegals coming over here draining the actual welfare system, when we all know that whites still get more social services than any other group in this country. When we know that you had the president of the United States, Ronald Reagan, sat up here talking about the welfare queen, yet his own son, Ron Jr., said how his family itself benefited from these social services that he was up here crucifying with black people. So it never stops. It's just a bold-faced lie up here. And people get tired of it. And they send some magpie up here from Minnesota to go up here and spot us white supremacy type talking points. Secret sister, you got it, sister. Go ahead. Unmute your mic.
Well, it was a lot. I mean, y'all hit on a lot of stuff. But to Sister Tammy, what you were asking about what would I consider reparations, right? Was that the question that you posed? Okay, so
No, other than it was what did you say, but that can either.
what would I say? Who?
When someone asked you why do you think you deserve reparations? Or people.
Oh, okay. I would actually, and I have been asked that, and I told them because I need to repair my lineage. My lineage has been broke down due to white supremacy. Y'all have not paid us. Y'all stolen land. Y'all raped us, pillaged us, done everything you can. And every time we try to come up, like one, I think, was it Vovo or it was somebody, original Vovo or Newstoter, but every time we try to come up, they try to stomp. And just like this COVID was in the manifesto, believe it or not. And that was supposed to go towards the black man. But see, this is one thing that the white man has not paid attention to or has not even caught on to. The melanated man and woman has the best immune system on this earth. So when they were saying that we were the ones dying the most, no. The people that were dying, they would say COVID, but actually it might have been a heart attack, it might have been this, it might have been that, something that was an ailment. You understand? And like somebody said, they lie to us, period. And that is why I even started a Twitter and YouTube. That's why I started it, because I said it's time for my people to wake up and let me tell them from the inside what they really, all the lies that they are really holding back from you. We are the majority in the United States. Hence is why they are allowing illegal lighter hue. Now I'm letting you know, they're all lighter hue. If they're not light hue, they are not getting in. You got to be close to white to get in, because they want their numbers to start increasing, because they don't have a golden seed like us. They tried to give this COVID, and this COVID did nothing except help us to procreate. Because I have 2 grandsons, a niece and a nephew. All these is COVID babies. We had 12 just between me and my brother off of COVID. You understand what I'm saying? They don't understand us. They never will understand us, no matter what they do. Because when they think they got us paid, we flip. We turn to something else, because we are an actively creative group of people. We never are the same. Never. So my thing is, I have a question to everybody. What are you willing to do besides talk? And when are we going to start going? And first, we have to get rid of all these coons in our family. So when are we going to start taking them down? Because him, Kendall or Wendell or whoever he is, he needs to be so afraid of black people right now. We want him to walk the street afraid of black people. Because when we want somebody to have, if we don't start giving some kind of what is it, punishment, let's say it that way, for turncoating, turning their back on us. Now I come from I'm old enough, I've been here and I've been fighting for reparations forever. Original, I'm with you. I refuse to die without getting, and I don't want my check. I'm going to say, print my money. I want to smell the new on it. I don't understand how the white people are okay with getting, if they think it's tax money, let's just say it is. It's our tax money too. It's our tax money too. We have come up in owning homes. We built this country and we are the ones that sustain it because we are the ones that put trillions of dollars of purchasing power to keep it afloat. Not the white people, not the Mexicans, not anybody. So we got to start making these people feel very uncomfortable when they see a FBA person. And I'll land there.
All right, Secret Sister. I appreciate you as always, sister. I appreciate you. DJ, I know you was next. Go ahead, unmute your mic.
Hold on, let me turn this thing down a little quick. What you call it? I just wanted to, a lot was said so far. Just to repeat what you said, Bobo. We not racist, but I think we need to stop using that term to define each other because racist means one who cares for their race. See, that's the other thing when we talk about terminology. The white folks love to flip this shit on and see, like I said, the lie, cheat, steal, flip the whole shit on your head. So we can't be racist because we don't even have the means to oppress anybody. We could be prejudiced towards someone else because that's just basically what the term means. But what you said about the dude Kendall, he's a bigot. You feel what I'm saying? And that would be the correct term. He's a bigot. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, we got to start adding these people for real. You feel what I'm saying? As far as he got a Twitter name, @name, so I've been adding him for the last 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And just posting random shit on his shit with his name in it for the last 10 minutes. So if you get in the chat, right down here where the little purple box is at, you'll see all that stuff. So yeah, when things like this arise, y'all, we got to go like automatic bomb first. Yeah, you might have said something first, but we about to Tupac you, yo. You know what I'm saying? Machiavelli the Dawn back. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, yo. We really got to start going at these people tonight. We ain't got to physically pull up on you because we reparationists. We legislate shit. But we can definitely hurt you because words hurt. A lot of people say words don't hurt. Yeah, because I could just let it slide off me. But we could put you in a real bad position because, like somebody said, what these people got over you, bro. So what did you do for them to force you to write this article, articles, because he got more than one. So if you go to the post and you look at his actual discography of articles, it's a whole bunch of stuff, the exact same stuff, all coming from a so-called melanated black man. I got my fingers up, quote, quote. So at the end of the day, all you got to do is just start go ham on these people. What they gonna do? Let's pull up at his church on Sunday type shit. You know what I'm saying? We could do that and talk to his pastor like, yo, why you writing this article about black people? It's not even true. You feel what I'm saying? 86% of black men are married to black women. So how's all these fathers not in the home? Yeah, I didn't have a father because my father died before I was born. That ain't my fault. You feel what I'm saying? As far as, the narrative of why we need reparations. We need reparations for a multitude of things, not just for being a fatherless child. You know what I'm saying? That goes to show you stupid and not really, what's the word I'm looking for? Intelligent. More like an oxymoron for even writing this type of shit, because we know that shit just ain't true. You feel what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, again, family, when these type of Mickey Fickies write this stuff, we just need to just straight bomb on them, yo. Straight Tupac these people and get them up out of the paint. And the next time you say something, then yeah, we might have to square up because you ain't learned your lesson that time. You feel what I'm saying?
Hey,
And
Rick.
you know what, DJ? I'm sorry, Newstoter. I just came off my mic. I apologize. Because when he said something, it resonated. I'm about to go bold and big. I'm about to tweet out, Elon Musk, where's your father? And I'm about to put, I do believe
What Elon say? What Elon say? What?
I put, he wasn't raised with a father. He retweeted it. He retweeted it. Yeah, he's backing this. So I gave, it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth little up in the jumbotron over from the left, I gave a thing where it says his mother raised all successful entrepreneurs. She was a stay-at-home mother.
I wasn't sure why that was in there. Okay, now, I got it.
Yeah. So I'm about to say, hey, Elon Musk, Twitter wants to know before I leave. Explain to me where your fucking father is, because my father, I had my dad in the home. So where's your father? Not only did you don't have no father, you was raised on black soil. So answer that.
Real talk. He was raised on black soil, and he's part of a group of invaders that took the damn land by force as well too. So let's go ahead real quick, and we're gonna kick it. We got a couple new speakers in. I'm gonna get to Fred, Professor Trouble. I see you came back up. I'm gonna get to you as well too, sister. So just hang tight. Fred, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. All right. Whenever they get some buck to write an article like this, the question that we ask is this: you want to talk about black fathers in the house? Okay, how do they expect these black fathers to make a difference? I'm not saying we don't, but where are these black fathers going to get their money from? What ways are the black fathers not doing their job? You can get anybody to say that they could do better, but I'm saying, like, these black fathers, they still have to live in a system of white supremacy. And then number two, what does a black father in the home have to do with what you owe somebody? If I run into the back of you in your damn car, and then I want to point to the fact that your father ain't in the home, does it still mean I'm having to pay the damages I caused you?
You must live in New Jersey like me, man. Real shit. A no-fault fucking state. No, sir.
Well,
I had your own insurance and shit to fix your own problems. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I'm in the Midwest. But then, look at this. I would like for the every black person in this room that's on code, we know who's owed the money. And I get tired of all these different groups we wanted to identify as indigenous and all that stuff. That's fine as long as we're talking about the same people that are owed the bread. Because see, here's what happens. Once we start identifying, I don't care what term you want to identify with, but if you descended from this country, descended from slaves in this country, once we determine who's owed the money, we make the rest of these buck dancers irrelevant. Right now, that's why Fox News, every time they want to say something racist, they put a black face up there as an expert. Once we done got them to doing that, we already know that we hold the chips. So all we have to do is come up with that we don't need to listen to what they say anymore. We can come up with what the parameters are. And then we get to pick who's going to go out there and represent us to hold up the standard that we set. Now, mute.
Real talk, Fred. Appreciate you coming through as well too. Let's go ahead and kick it to my man, Professor. Professor, I saw you in the listener spot, so I'm glad that you decided to come up. As always, Professor, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, brother, and just want to say hello to all the family up in here, Ray and DJ, brother Original, see Sister No Taxation. Of course, you know Sister Trouble. You know Sister Trouble. You know I got to get on you. By the way, Trouble, I will yield to you, and I wait on you, sister, and then I'll come after you if that's okay.
No, brother, I've already spoken. I'm interested to hear what you have to say. I'm just coming in to add a couple of comments, so please go ahead.
Yeah, you got it, Professor. We're gonna get to Trouble after you. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. And what up, Secret Sister? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you out. I see you.
You left me out. You left me out too.
Ooh.
Ten.
Disruption. You should change your name. Disruption. How you doing, Disruption?
I'm fine. Can I repost what you said, FF?
Can you do what, Tammy?
Repost the analogy.
What do you mean repost the analogy? You talk about add on what he said? You want to talk about speak again?
No, I don't want to speak again. I want to post it on Twitter.
Oh, go ahead. I guess that's cool with Fred.
Fred, can I put you in it?
Excuse me?
I just want to make sure. I don't have to put you in it. I just want to know if you want props. That's a good analogy.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
You got it, Professor.
All right. Anyway, thank y'all for letting me come up to speak. Y'all, once again, and DJ touched on this, and I loved everything DJ said about this. We do have to start bringing heat to everybody that continues to disrespect us. And this is another one, of course, that's cooning. This Kendall Qualls, who's, I think, tried to run for governor at one time. And I guess he's still out here trying to, I guess, play politics with our situation, with our struggle. And he's going to try to use it as a way to try to probably win the governorship or win some type of seat. I'm pretty sure that's what this is all about. Probably somebody has came to him and made some promises, probably even gave him a lot of money to even do this article. I just think, y'all, these coons are just selling out at any cost now for themselves. And of course, one that comes to mind is Stephen A., who continues to sell out. But then again, he's not one of us anyway, right? But still, he's another black face. See, that's the danger of these folks, man. They get all these being able to have this platform is they get to speak on a lot of black issues. And Stephen A. is one that has a lot of platform now because he has the podcast, he has ESPN, and as y'all probably saw, he just did some cooning or some dance around with the whole Dana White issue. See, everybody knows that Dana White should be getting, right now, he should be getting blasted all over the media right now for what he did to his wife. He slapped the woman down, you know, and y'all, let's go back to Ray Rice. Remember that story? Ray Rice was, you know, he unfortunately beat his wife, slapped his wife in the elevator, and he caught a lot of heat behind it. But I think if I remember correctly, his wife hit him first too. The same thing they said about Dana White, right? So this is what I'm saying. It's too much of this double standard stuff, and see, our own people or people that look like us will pull against us and cover for. Well, they'll cover for white people, but they don't want to cover for us. See, this is why we got to start putting heat on everybody. So, like what DJ is doing right now is putting heat on Kendall Qualls. We're gonna follow in with DJ, and we're gonna all do that. And I just say we just got to start doing it with all of them, man. Black, white, whoever comes first, we got to just bring it to them. And I'm gonna land my plane right there.
All right, Professor. Glad to have you in the space as always, brother. Let me go ahead and kick it to Trouble. Trouble, you got it. Unmute your mic.
Hey, they owe us for so much. They even owe us for these coons that we got running around. They owe us for the mental harm that they've caused our people that have our own people that sell out so hard the way that they do. They owe us for that. They owe us for having to deal with these coons on the level that we have to do with. Every time they step out and say something against their own people, they owe us a check for that. That just speaks to the mental harm that they've created in society, in Black society, where we have people that are literally going out and feel like they can get further in life if they throw their own people up on the bus. Like you said, with this man, Kendall, he's been writing articles. I posted some in the comment section. He's been writing articles for a lot of right wing news sites, and it's disgusting almost. It's like, why do they feel like in order to get a hedge up in white society, it's got to be something mentally wrong with you where you feel like, okay, well, I don't agree with the liberals. I want to be a conservative or a Republican. But the only way that I can show them that I'm worthy and I'm on their side is if I can trash Black people when they don't come straight out and do it their damn selves. They're more or less talking about the liberals and the liberal policies and the X, Y, and Z, even though we know that for the most part, a lot of that is dog whistles and hits at the Black community. But they don't even come out and do it in the manner in which these coons do. They owe, oh Lord, yes sir, buddy, they owe us a fat check for having to deal with the coons because they got their minds all from the flow up. It's got to be something insidious inside of you where you want to edge up in government, and the only way you can get up in government is to throw your people under the bus. That's why I can say what I say online, but I withhold making these people more popular than they already are. I'm not personally, I don't care what everybody else do, but I personally can't, tweet out anything specific to Kendall because I don't want this clown to get more traction than he's already got. He's already going to get a little bit of traction with the article that he wrote. But in order for you to show the white people that, oh, look, the Negroes are after me. The Negroes are after me. Here they come. It must be something. I must be saying something right. I must be saying something good. I'd like to send him some personal emails, but I don't want him to get any more traction than he's already got. It's a double-edged sword. To a certain degree, yeah, we need to come swinging out on him as hard as we can and punch him down. But it also works the opposite for us. Everybody that Black people come up against, they're all of a sudden a hero. Oh, well, they must be doing something right. They got the woke people mad. So it's sort of like a no-win situation. But I just wanted to say, they owe us a check for these coons. They do. Mental illness is real.
Real talk. Thank you, Trouble, as always. Professor, I see you got your hand back up. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you again. Trouble, you are a trip. Yes, they owe us a lot of checks. And it seems to be so many coons within our community because people do feel like it's good to sell out because they're trying to make their own way. They're trying to make their own fortune. And so they feel like, well, let me just push my own agenda to get what I want, and everybody else, hey, if you ain't making it, that's on you. See, that's how a lot of these conservative Black Americans, or whatever you want to call them, because all of them not Black Americans, but I guess Black faces, this is how they feel, man. They feel comfortable with just putting their people to the side to get what they want. And but that's the problem here, y'all, is that we're gonna have to find a way to address the people that look like us. Even these ones that are not Black Americans, and even if they are Black American, we got to address them all. We got to make them understand, hey, you can't just do this to us and not expect us to put some heat on your ass. And see, that's like Charles Barkley. See, him, Shaq, these two are Black Americans, see, and they coon, see. And then look at our justice up there at the Supreme Court. Been cooning for years. We got to start bringing heat to the people that look like us, because these are the people that white people like to put out there to try to sell us on stuff. And white people like to highlight these people as being the voices of Black America. See, that these people are some kind of way a way to make Black America understand that the conservative way is the best way to go. That us trying to go after reparations is not the way to do it. See, and that's what this whole thing with Kendall is about. Is some kind of way to convince us that reparations is something we need to just get out of our head. We need to just forget it, you know. But we can't let them do it. We gotta let these folks know, man, we coming after this money. We coming after the bag, everybody. That's what 2023 is all about. Sister No Taxation, how you doing down there? And speaking of, y'all, make sure you go to the website. I know DJ already plugged it in, I'm sure. Reparations.
Keep plugging it.
Y'all, you know what we're talking about. I don't even know if I need to even say it because we've been talking about this now for a while now. That is reparations2023.com, everybody. We're talking about
Professor,
yes.
I just pulled up an article that said that they owe us over $100 trillion.
Yes.
And
they owe.
The reason why they were saying that they didn't really want to delve into it is because it don't just involve the United States. It's multiple countries that participated in it, and they don't necessarily want to go down that rabbit hole because they know that the majority that owe us is European nations.
That's correct. It's a lot of nations that will owe us for this, y'all. Because I mean, you really got to think. Okay, we got the United States, but we also have England, because England will be a big part of it. They will owe us a lot. And then outside of England, you're talking about France. So you have to bring them into it. And then you have to bring in Spain. Yes. So you got to bring in all these European nations because they all participated in this slave trade. They all
profited off of it.
Yes, they all profited off of it. Sure did. So we have a lot of folks we have to go after. But of course, our first agenda is here, United States, of course, because we in this country. So this is the first one. But then we need to move on to these other ones too, because these other ones are going to owe too. They all tie into these caucasoids over here. No matter how you look at it, them folks all look just the same. They all come out of those Caucasus mountains over there. And if you know anything about the Caucasus Mountains, it's devils that come out. It's devils that come out of their mountains, okay? And that's what we're dealing with over here. So, with that being said, family, that's what this is all about with the 2023 rally that's going to take place on June 10th. I want y'all to understand that this is business. It's business, it's educational, but it's also being able to be around our family, our extended family, people who are like-minded, like us. And if you're not about delineation, then don't bother to come. If you're not about the Black American freedman family, don't bother to come. If you're going to be one of these immigrants and you think you're going to come there to disrupt and try to put your name into the hat of our claims, don't even bother to come because we will throw you out of there. You know what I'm saying? We will push you out of there. Yes.
Have we sued for reparations? Anybody know? Have we brought a lawsuit for it?
No, we didn't. And I had asked this very same thing, and I said we should get a class action suit against the government of the United States.
I don't believe you could sue the federal government. I may be wrong, but I'm not sure if you could sue the federal government.
Oh yeah, you can.
Who's
remember R. Kelly and Bill Cosby suing them now? That they just always do. See what it is they don't never have a big thing. What they do is they always do they come to a common ground on what they're going to pay you. So they, you know what I'm saying. So when they do that, of course it looks like nobody sues the government, but that's a lie. My mom sued them.
When I looked up the Jewish Holocaust, they had a class action lawsuit not only against the United States but several other countries intertwined as well. But but they were also pushing for legislative and something else control. I was just reading a few minutes ago, but yeah.
Tammy, I was
Could
going
you
to say.
repeat that again, Sister Trouble?
What was you saying, Professor? No, I was just saying that it was a class action lawsuit that the Jews did for the Holocaust to get their money, but it involved more than just the United States. There were several other countries that was involved.
Okay, real quick, y'all. I see we got a couple new speakers in here, so let me get the text. Textwell. Go ahead and unmute your mic real quick.
Hey, brothers and sisters, what's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's up now?
What's up, man? Good to be with family always. I would think that I think a lot of times in all the discussions I've heard, I don't know. I just got here, so I don't know what y'all were talking about, but in a lot of discussions around reparations, the conversation always drifts to what it looks like, right, or how much we're going to get, or what form it takes. But I'm old yellow. You see my yellow hat? I'm going to always get you to focus on the most important thing, and that is the politics. Because it is the threat of black people in the movement weaponizing their vote against the Democratic Party that got this thing resurrected in the 21st century. It's not I'm not against anybody seeking a legal redress, courts, or the international courts. I'm not against it. I'll throw everything at them and the kitchen sink. But I know from my experience, what I've seen following this for about 4 or 5 years now, is that the thing that made this thing pop was black people saying, holding the Democratic Party's feet to the fire for the justice claim and threatening to vote against Democrats or withhold their vote or do what I did, right, in reparations. And so I just want to say that to the room. Please try to keep that in mind, because I've been in a couple of rooms just the last 2 days where people are going on for hours about what it's going to look like or what form it should take. That's putting the cart before the horse. Another thing that's putting the cart before the horse is running candidates, because the task at hand is to activate and educate the masses of black people on how to do this politics thing. See, I don't like voters. Voters are people, God bless them, they're very dangerous, because voters are people who go to the ballot box and pull a lever every 2 years and every 4 years. They don't do politics, they just vote. Well, when you're doing politics, it's a year-round affair. It's an all-year-round affair. It's like Santa Claus comes down the chimney. Of course, he's black, we know. But when he comes down the chimney on Christmas Eve, and he gets in the bottom of the chimney and say, damn, I forgot to tell the elves to make the toys. Well, that's how my people do politics. We just pull a lever on election day. But real people that do politics do grown-up politics. I'm not trying to insult my people, but I'm just telling you, I'm making it plain. You have to engage. You have to know all the players, all your elected officials, all the candidates from the school board up to the presidential candidate, and you have them on speed dial. You contact them through email, through the phone, through text, through Twitter, or you go up in their office and pull them by the shirt collar and say, Mr. Candidate or Mr. Representative, this is my agenda, and where do you stand on my issues? And if they fall short on those issues, you tell them, I will be voting against you in the next election. Or I will walk to the booth and write in my candidate, or I will write in my agenda. I will show up and show out. I will show my political footprint, but I won't be voting for anyone. And so if we have black people doing that, we'll see some relief long before the first check is even cut. And that's my offering to the family. Please keep that in mind when you're having these discussions. The ancestors are with us. Thank you.
Newstoter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't even mean to interrupt you, brother, but I just want to get that question in or get that answer in for Tammy, because she asked a question.
Go ahead.
About yes, Tammy, there was talk from Johnny Cochran. And of course, y'all probably might hear me say that name a lot, because to me, he was our last great black American attorney that we need right now, this very day, to be in the court system to get the things that we need to get done. But he was in talks with some other legal minds, Charles Ogletree being one of them from Georgetown, one of the great professors at Georgetown University. He has formed a group in order to see about legal possibilities for lawsuits against the United States for reparations. That was one of the things that he was working on. It was his dream before he passed away in 2005. So that was something that he had just started doing like 2 years before his death. And I wish he could have, really got a chance to work on it. It was something that was a big dream of him because he always felt like his people, Black American people, deserve to have restorative justice. But what has occurred to us in the United States, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. We got to get an attorney, maybe not like Johnny Cochran, but we do need somebody with that fire that wants to do it. You understand where I'm coming from? Johnny Cochran wanted to do this, and that was our last great Black American attorney. So
I just posted. I can't post it for some reason. No, I don't want to post it. But I just sent in inboxes who I could inbox. Somebody is suing America for $1 billion. Who is it? The people are called, and it just came through a few minutes. Slave descendants filed $1 billion lawsuit against U.S. and British corporations, accusing them of profiting by committing genocide against their ancestors. And it says some more stuff. But that just came through 30 minutes ago from the AfricanAmerica.org. I haven't vetted it.
Okay. Thank you, Tammy. And y'all, I'm gonna tell you something. As time goes on, we're gonna see more and more lawsuits being filed. Anyways, as this talk of reparation continues to eat up, you're gonna see them being filed all over overseas and of course over here. So look for everybody to be filing claims against the United States and these other European nations. The Caucasoids have got to face the heat for what they have done to people all across the globe. That's right. They got to face the heat. You can't keep doing stuff and think you're going to get away with it. So, but like I said, y'all, we know that there's some attorneys out there, but is there another Johnny Cochran amongst us that wants to take on the fire? If y'all have some ideas, please put that in my DM, because we need to reach out to that attorney or attorneys so we can start trying to get some things done through the courts.
Your DM is blocked.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right. Well, I'll fix that. Y'all, the reason why this is important, because remember, one of the things that I've been talking about in these spaces for the longest is qualified immunity when it comes to these cops. That's one of the ways we can get it removed is through the court system, because that's who gave these guys that authority, was the Supreme Court. So you need a good attorney like Johnny Cochran. See, this is why we need somebody like that, because we're talking about a guy that was experienced in criminal, civil, you name it, he could do it all. So I'm gonna land my plane there.
Let me go ahead real quick and Fred, I see you got your hand up. Fred and Tex and then Disruptive, and then we're gonna probably close the space out for the night. So we're gonna keep the responses. We're gonna keep it pretty short, guys. 2 minutes, and then we're gonna be 2 minutes for each of the three speakers, and then we're gonna be closing the space out for the night. Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. The strongest thing that we have right now is the grassroots. Attorneys are gonna pull for us when they see the power that the grassroots have.
Hey, my bad. I don't know if somebody got a hot mic or somebody got maybe your TV too loud. So I hear that more than you speaking, Fred. Try going down.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah.
All right. Americans have to understand is this. When we start seeing them put these puppets up there to try to speak for us, you should be full of joy, because America right now, with all the ills that's done created all over the globe, is losing friends all over the globe. The only way they can have some type of credibility is they try to put our face on it. So right now, the grassroots has more power right now than just about all these other politicians put together. All we have to do, like I say, it would be good to have an attorney. But once we get together, once we decide this is the group of people that's old, and this right here is our agenda, the attorneys and everybody's going to come to us and see what our agenda is. There's already a law in the books that says, that talks about what Black Americans are owed. There was an 1866 Indian Treaty. Part of it was being tax-free, and each Indian gets like $26,000 a year. Now, if Black people just got that alone, Black America, if we just put that down alone, and we all came to agreement of who's owed that and what it is, we could turn the tide of this whole system overnight. Mute.
Okay, Fred, I guess I heard you say mute, so I guess that means that's it for you. So appreciate you. Let's go ahead and kick it to Tex. Tex, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Thank you again, brother News. Again, like, I really don't know of any international court that has jurisdiction over the United States. If the United Nations even has no sway in holding America accountable, only its citizens can hold it accountable. And that's why I say it is not through the court, but through the electoral process, through the political system, that reparations is moving. And that's what we got to continue to pressure at, the electorate. You see, so I just really think we have to educate our people on how to do politics right. I hear a lot of young people say the system is designed against us. But my contention is that we have never worked politics. You can't blame a system that's failing you if you're playing game goofy in that system. And when we have people that are voting according to someone's skin color, and voting because a Black man has a beautiful Black family and a beautiful Black wife, and voting because a woman has hot sauce in her pocketbook, and voting according to he knows us and we know him, that's not politics. I don't know what you call it. I call it goony goo. And I don't mean to insult our people, but I need to wake people up, because this is the same thing the Nation of Islam did back in 50s and 60s when they were waking Black people up to know that the white man is not God, to know that leave those white women alone, leave those drugs and alcohol and swine alone. So this is what we're doing here. We have to embarrass our people into waking up to how politics really works. We can't just vote for the lesser of two evils anymore. We can't vote blue no matter who anymore. We can't vote because we have a pension and we're good. We have a pension and 401k and some property. But while the young people have to work these Uber, Lyft, and gig economy jobs with no benefits, no future, no living wage, okay? So the older people are set in their ways. And they voted because they saw a racist. And they didn't want the blatant racists to get back in, but they put the quiet racists in. The racists who didn't want Black children to go to school with white kids, named Joe Biden. The racists who said immigrants are going to come here and they're going to work like the devil, and they made this country what it is. Joe Biden said that on the presidential debate stage when he was asked about Black American reparations. He said immigrants built this country, they're going to come here and work like the devil, and they're the new face of the American workforce. And our people still voted for him. That's shameful. We have to stop this mess. I'm a registered Democrat. I've been a Democrat all my life. But the reason I focus on the Democrats is because the Democrats is where we have our leverage. Like, we can bend the Democrats over if we want to, if we have the will. The Republicans don't really need our vote, over with just the white population. But if you're going to swing Republican, then you should be like a bull in a china closet over there too, breaking some stuff, saying, I'll vote Republican because I agree with them on immigration, but I need them to support reparations as well. So whatever side of the aisle you decide to cast your weight on, You should be demanding reparations and a transformative black agenda. And that's how we move in reparations. That's why everybody's talking about it. It wasn't a lawsuit. It wasn't a morality play. It was threats of turning over the tables in the Democratic Party that made reparations reawaken in the 21st century, people. And we had to continue that pressure. God bless you all.
All right. Appreciate you. Thank you. Tammy, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I would like for everybody to know that Black Americans have never received anything without fighting. I thought the Montgomery boycott ended because the bus company came to their senses. It didn't. They went to court. War holds America accountable. You're right. That's why they go to war. Read the comments below articles, y'all. You can learn a lot from that. Yes, I had to write down all my little statements. Read those comments. You learn a lot of insight from those comments. We could have started a movement with Kaepernick. All of these people ready to start movements. We're going to have to start a movement. We got to come together. We're not going to get anywhere without, and it's unpopular, without coming together. I know a lot of y'all don't like Roland Martin, but he has the Black news. And we're going to have to stop listening to messages because we don't like the message. Because we got to find out what's going on. It's so much in this country. I'm fighting right now for something that I know shouldn't be a fight. And we got to learn our lineage. Even if it embarrasses us. Because that's going to be something that we need. They up here making Tulsa dig up graves. I wish the hell I would dig up a damn grave. You mean to tell me you want me to dig up graves to prove something? And remember, white people are white no matter what. They not your friend. Because when the time comes, they going to get on the white people's side. If they were not, racism would be gone.
Tammy, I'll say this much about Roland Martin. I don't know the man personally, but just, some of the stuff he says. Roland Martin seems to have an attitude, when Black Americans talk about reparations because it's not inclusive enough for everybody else. So that's one issue I think that a lot of people have when you're talking about this reparation talk. Also, he seems to put the Democratic Party concerns over Black people concerns as well, too. So if you talk to Roland Martin about...
Not to agree with them, but just to find out what's going on in Black America. That's all I'm saying. I agree.
Roland Martin is not even Black American.
No, he's Haitian.
No, I believe...
In his show, he brings up the issues with Black America. Okay, y'all.
Yeah, I'm not... I'm not... Who's...
On that one.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he...
We got Newstoter, so, I don't really need Roland Martin. I do look at it, some of his stuff from time to time, but, I'd rather talk with the people, Newstoter and any other the Black platforms, Black American Freedom platforms, FBA, so yeah, he do his thing, whatever. But as far as listening to his talking points, come on, man, I can make up my own thoughts about what's going on and what's put in front of me. So I can think critical for myself. I can listen to other people's insight and I can think for myself. So if I'm wrong, I can be corrected. So, I'd rather just stick to our Black platforms, you know what I'm saying? We got people that's already doing it. So, no disrespect. I understand what you're saying, though.
I didn't think like that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, too, sister. He brings up some points and stuff, and you can find truth in anything that you look at. But I just, when I hear him talking about, and I can hear the attitude when he gets upset when Black Americans talk about reparations should be only for Black Americans. He gets really, really upset. He gets mad.
I'm talking just about the topics, not listening to his.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Now I get what you're saying, but I'm saying just on this topic here, as about reparations, I'm saying if you listen to him when you speak about reparations, if it's not including all Black people in this country, then he has an issue with it. He gets upset with it. So I can listen to anything. I can find some truth off of Fox News. Do I agree with them? No. But you like A Boogie said, I could take things from every avenue that people come with and stuff like that. And I don't know the man personally. I don't have any ill will against him or whatever. But like I say, some of the things I just feel like it's so pro Democrat, and then black people second. Like I want to hear, I want to hear some news sources where it's black people first and stuff like that, and then political parties and everything else second and third. That's just me personally, but I get what you're saying, sister. Not to knock what you're saying or whatever.
I didn't take it, but Fox News online, y'all, they not against black people at all. You should read some of their articles too.
The Fox News, I don't know. I may have to disagree with you on that. Fox.
Online, the newspaper.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't personally believe. I don't believe any of these white media companies, any of these white media organizations are really in love with black people or really care much about it. And that's MSNBC, that's CNN, that's Fox, that's CBS, that's Fox. I mean, they say a lot of racist. I know what you're saying online. They have said a lot of racist things about black people. And like I say, this magpie that we was talking about earlier, he's a commentator and a contributor on Fox all the time. And this stuff, they love to hear this kind of stuff like this. They love to hear this talking point about black men being bad dads and this and that. And let me get back. I'm gonna kick it to Secret Sister. We just saw the. Wait, hold on. Let me hold on, sister. Let me kick it. I'm gonna kick it to Secret Sister, but real quick. No, let me go, Tammy. Real quick.
I'm trying to get
No, sister, let me get my point across real quick. Then we get back to you. People could talk about all this stuff. He could talk about black fathers, this and that, but we just saw the people of Bruce's Beach just went ahead. They descendants last week. We did a space on that. They just got back property that was stolen from them in the 1920s by the U.S. government and by the Ku Klux Klan and stuff, and being driven out of their property. Okay, don't sit up here and say that black fathers are the reason that all of this stuff is going on. We just celebrating the massacre of Rosewood. My father was born about 50 miles away from Rosewood. Okay, that didn't have a damn thing to do with black fathers. That had to do with systematic racism in that area, that town. You had all these people get together and commit a massacre against these people. We got people, you just speaking about Tulsa. Don't sit up here and talk about that has anything to do with black men. That didn't have a damn thing to do with black fathers. That had to do with the damn government. And even to this day, the United States government still doesn't want to do anything about it. They're still trying to fight tooth and nail. You got most of these people dead, and the ones that's alive almost 100 years old, and they still try not to give them the money. Still coming with all kind of excuses. So for all this talk about black fathers and this and that or whatever, and this man sitting up here spewing this Klan, neo-Nazi, white supremacy talking point about black men and they not doing this and that, and let's stop making an excuse for redlining and Jim Crow and all these horrific things that took place in American history that he's trying to overlook because he wants to cuddle up to the Republican Party. He wants to get a place. He wants to make sure that he's taken care of and his family and those closest to him. So he's willing to throw his own people to the sharks. That is complete nonsense. All of these things that's taking place didn't have a damn thing to do with black fathers. In fact, if you want to be real about it, like I say, if we go back in those time frames, you probably had 90% of the black fathers in the house. So why did all this happen? Since the black men, and there was no, and they weren't living off of social services as he likes to say. They weren't sitting up here sucking on the white teat of the government. So exactly why was all this stuff happening? You're sitting up here lying, just complete nonsense. Now, Tammy, sister, you can go ahead and speak.
I wanted to ask, sister, would you ever have believed that Elon Musk would have retweeted that?
Actually, I definitely wouldn't have, and it's quite bewildering to me because I had tweeted something. I had inboxed him something, and I didn't know. Would you believe he finally got back in touch with me? Well, he gonna get an earful now because I'm about to go ham on his platform. He can shut me down, kick me out, all that. I don't even care because I'm gonna say, Elon, where the fuck is your father? Where's your father? But can I say this much? We should go like I always say, we should rewind time, and we should, we need a do-over, people. And I think this is a good time. Fear, I know y'all know this because it worked on us. Fear, it seems to be the biggest, the best way for people to get what they want in America. The white people put fear into black people to get us to work them fields and everything else. So you know what? Minister Farrakhan can get the 1 million man march, the 5 million man march. How about if we have a sit-in, a 2-day sit-in with all them in front of the Capitol, in front of every one of their buildings, and guess what? They got to walk out, front and back, all entrances. We just sitting. And they got to walk and see our black faces every day in fear. And with that fear, when they go in there and they finally sit down, they don't know what something's going to be when they come back out. Even though we are not a violent people until we have to be a violent people. You know what I'm saying? But I think we need to do that. We need to put fear into them because it's not about Democrat. It's not about, and everybody knows how I feel about the government system. We need to unplug from it and make our own black. There's Republican, Independent, Democratic, and then black. Whites can vote for it too. We don't care. But in black, if you don't meet those requirements, then you get all the hell that comes with it. And all we have is black candidates, black FBA candidates on top of that with black agendas to get us further ahead, because it's time for us to stop talking about it and start putting boots on the ground. I can't say that even more than I've said it so much. I've done it. I've been the prime example, and nobody's following my example. So I'm asking for all my brothers and sisters to finally get off of this white man's platforms, meet up with your brothers and sisters in your state, meet up with your brothers and sisters, period, and let's put boots on the ground, because they're taking us as a joke because we're not making any physical movement. We are all talk to them. And I'm telling you this from government, from the highest stance. They think we are a joke. That's why they bring people in. They give people all this money. Oh, they ain't going to do nothing. They ain't going to do nothing. No, we're not going to be violent. We don't have to be violent. But we can let them know we're not playing. Now, one thing about it, a group of black people, and y'all know that, a group of black people sitting on the corner, a white person will cross the street, they will catch a Uber to get past that group of black people. It's the fear. And even though we're not even paying them no attention, just like, give us print. I don't want no check. Print, I want it hot off the presses. Print my money, our money. Give us our money, our land. See, they know if you give us our land, they will be evicted. They know this because we're the only people that cannot be supported. Mm-hmm.
I need to ask something, sister. They don't care about no crowd. They don't care about throngs of people. Because
how would you know that?
No, it's proof, sister.
Where? No. I'm just asking. When?
I'm sorry,
sir. When? Okay.
Black Lives Matter had throngs of people in all the towns, and they didn't give a damn. They met with equal force. The thing that scares them is an educated vote, because the Black Lives Matter had told all those people that were in the city demonstrating, and they told all those white people, they had white people in the palm of their hands throwing money at them, millions of dollars. If they had told all those white people and all those protesters, so after the march is over, you go home and you contact your representatives and say, I want you to abolish qualified immunity. Qualified immunity would have been abolished. But they don't care how much noise you make. You can go and destroy what you want to destroy.
Well, did I interrupt
stand there and look bad.
Did I interrupt you like you?
Burn down some buildings. They don't care about that.
Can I interrupt you like you interrupt me? Okay, first of all, that was to me. And this is no disrespect. You're my brother, and I give anybody will tell you I hold y'all in high esteem. But first and foremost, that was the saddest example, period. And I'm gonna tell you why. Black Lives Matter is not a black movement. There's a white movement behind that. So that's sad. So what I'm talking about is, if you wanted to give me an example, Minister Farrakhan, when he called out for 1 million men, he had DC shook.
I was there, and there was no legislation came from that.
Look, first of all, he's Minister Farrakhan. They're sovereign. They don't care about no legislation. He was there to talk about people like us that want, I'll say y'all that want to keep voting, but I've never voted. Voting is not in our family. And whether I do or don't, one thing y'all got to understand, I worked for the government. And I'm going to tell you, they're all family, and they are already selected at birth. So you are wasting. Wait a minute. Wait, sir. Wait a minute. Give me now. Come on now.
Okay, real quick, y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all wrap this up so we can get to original and male crews. So go ahead and come to your conclusion real quick, Secret Sister, and text. Let Secret Sister go and finish her point. Secret Sister, I'm gonna give you 50 seconds, and then text. I'll give you 50 seconds to respond. But we got Original's been waiting for a while, and we got Mel as well too. So go ahead, Secret Sister. Go ahead, Secret Sister, and finish your point.
Okay, I was only saying that because I seen difference. Okay, and what I'm talking about is I've seen difference in our people, not their system. I'm not trying to fix their system. They could take their system and shove it, because their system has never done anything for my black family. So with that being said, I don't give a damn about their system. And I'm so tired of seeing my brothers and sisters continuing trying to fit into a system that don't want you. Leave it alone. That's why I have a project that I'm working on, and it's Project Unplug. Leave all this shit behind. Let them have their platforms, everything. We got to bankrupt them. They understand money. So we backing out.
All right, Sister Text real quick. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Secret. All due respect, sis. I'm just saying this. It's a system. It's our system, and it's going to continue whether or not we participate. Black people have $2 trillion in wealth. Whites have about 140 trillion. And of that $2 trillion, 35% is concentrated in the top 5% of black families.
See, you keep saying that. That's like.
Hey, sister, go ahead and let him finish real quick.
I'm sorry, Newstoter, but you know I can't.
Yeah. Go ahead and let him finish his point.
There's one thing to be old, there's one thing to be.
Well, he interrupted me. Remember?
I know, and that's why I got him. That's why I muted it. I don't want to have to mute it again. So go ahead and let him.
Okay, I don't sorry, bro. But I'm just saying that's not our system. Everybody does not adhere to this faulty system.
Hey, sister, I get what you're saying, but let the brother finish his point so we can go ahead because we still got other speakers.
And I apologize. I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Tex. And try to hit that in about 50 seconds so we can go ahead and move on to the other speakers.
You can blame the system all you want, but if you're playing game goofy in the system, it's our fault. People get, I'm going to quote the leader of the ADOS movement, Yvette Farnell, politics chooses winners and losers. And there's a hell of a lot of people that's winning in this system. So it's not the system, it's the way we engage the system. And when you just can't opt out of the system, you're still paying taxes. So that's taxation without representation. This is our country. We built it, and we're going to make it answer to our needs. We haven't done that in about 50 or 60 years. We've been doing goony-google politics, and then we say politics don't work. We have to change the way we engage. It's ridiculous to say we're going to disengage from the system. You can't disengage from this system. We're in this system. This is the only system we have. Nobody in this world is going to take 14 million black families in. Nobody wants us. This is our home, and we're going to make it our home. We're going to make it work for us. We're going to make the system, we're going to play the system like everybody else does, intelligently this time. If Minister Farrakhan didn't call for anything, it was a beautiful spiritual march, but he didn't have any strategy. God bless him. He didn't have any demands.
That's
and nothing said.
Just wrap it up. That's your time. Wrap it
I'm done.
No, just wrap it up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and wrap it up real quick.
Again, I'll tell you now, people in here talking about reparations don't even know what's going on. Reparations is on everybody's lips because people in this movement, starting with the ADOS movement, Freedmen, FBA, and all these other groups, threaten to weaponize our politics. And that's what makes these people take notice. The threat of losing their positions in power. It's not that the system don't work. It works for plenty of people. It just don't work for us because we're a captured electorate. I told you before I don't like voters. I like engaged, politically active people who engage the system all year round. Not just on election day.
Thank you, Tex. I appreciate that. Secret Sister, I'm gonna get to you as well too. I want to go ahead and get to I want to get the mill and I want to get the original, and then we'll come back and get to you as well too. But those of you that can, please support us on Cash App. That's $Newstoter, $Newstoter. Newstoter is the largest Black-owned, Black American news curation platform today in America. If you can, please support us. Original, let me get the Mel first because she hasn't had a chance to speak, and I'm interested to hear what she's got to say. So, Mel, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, y'all. Thanks for letting me speak, Newstoter. I appreciate you so much. And shout out to everybody in the room. I wanted to say that shout out to you, Secret. So here's the thing. I agree with a lot of things that were said this evening. One thing for sure that is so important about that qualified immunity, we actually don't want to abolish qualified immunity because it was written for us, Black Americans. What we need to have happen is that the qualified immunity be modified and turned back to its original intent. Because if we push for it to be back to its original intent, then these cop killings and all these other things would be more disadvantageous to the police and to all of the other political agencies and such that are always causing harm to us as Black Americans. And so in any political pressure that we start to move on, that is one thing we certainly need to be asking of potential candidates. What are your thoughts on modifying qualified immunity, removing the clause that this judge wrote in, which basically took it away or took the protection away from us as Black Americans? So we do need to be clear on that. And as far as what Tex is saying about an engaged voter, we certainly need to do that. So I wholeheartedly agree with your point there, Tex. And I'll let my plane.
Real quick, let me give a shout out to Tammy and DJ for your contribution on Cash App. Let me go ahead and kick it to I want to get original. Anybody else that wants to speak and come up as well too. Guys, go ahead and raise your hand. I see we got a bunch of people in here. Let me give a shout out to some of our usuals. I see a Saints up in the spot. MF Kush, no taxation. Shout out to you, Nikki the God as well. We got a bunch of I am Rerod Empress. So we got a bunch of our people up in here social. So baby sister. Just a shout out to some of our people. If we missed y'all earlier, just glad to have y'all up in here. This has been an interesting space tonight as well, too. I was going to close it out, but the conversation has actually been just like just been kind of a little bit too good to close out at this point right here. So I definitely want to give a shout out. I meant to say shout out to Tamara Sheely. She was up in the spot as well too. She's gone now, but Tamara was up in here as well too. So shout out to that sister as well too. Let me go ahead and kick it to Original. Original, go ahead and unmute your mic. Hold on one second, Original. Let me see if anybody has an open mic. Secret Sister, I'm not sure if your mic might be open or not. Or Original, you may just be having some issues. We're gonna check and see. But everybody, make sure that your mics are off because we're hearing some feedback from Original. So we're gonna try it again, Original, and see. Maybe it might just be on your end. I'm not sure, but we're gonna go ahead and see. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Because the echo like that is always on the person that's talking. You might have to drop down, Original, come back up, bro.
Original, speak real quick. Let's see if you still got that echo.
All right, testing 1 2.
Yeah, you got that echo pretty good.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, drop down, Original, and we'll bring you back up just to come back up and speak.
Newstoter, that's DJ's mic was open.
Nah, I just did that. I ain't in trouble. Am I trouble?
No, sister, that was original. Shame is all. He was in the Matrix.
Yeah. Secret Sister, go ahead and go ahead, and then we'll hopefully Original come back up and we can get him back in here speaking as well too. Well, hold on. We got him up here coming up. Let's let him go in because he was waiting patiently. Let's see if his mic is okay right now. Original, how's your mic?
Okay, what do you hear now?
Okay, you good now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, what I want to say to the person that said that we should reach out to Roland Martin. Roland can't be trusted. Roland is a member of the Boule, and he wants to tell us that we get things as a minority, and we can't fall for that bag of tricks any longer. When we fight for stuff as a minority, every other group, including people with disabilities, gay white folks, and everything else, they get the benefits and we get the crumbs. So, and this is not an attack on Roland. Roland is who he is. But we can't sit up here knowingly know how he operates and then go to him for some sort of advice or whatever. That's not going to benefit us because we already know what his game is. His game is to make sure that the Democrats win and that we only receive benign neglect. Benign neglect is no longer acceptable. We have moved beyond benign neglect. Okay? And this is not an attack or anything, but these are just facts. Roland Martin cannot be trusted to speak on behalf of the FBA freedmen people because he will not defend us the way we can defend ourselves. So I just want to throw that out there. And this is not an attack on Roland or anything. He is who he is. And I'll land my plane.
All right. Appreciate that, brother. Let's go ahead and Secret Sister, we'll go ahead and we'll get back to you. Go ahead and unmute your mic. Oh, hold on, Secret Sister. We got a new speaker. Let me because I want to get the new speakers in here. I believe the name is Lebo.
Yeah, Lebo. Man, I'm new, bro. I just been listening to this stuff. It's like I'm super engaged and shit, bro. And it's like I'm just trying to figure it out and get a clear understanding. But I'm gonna keep listening and I'm just keep my eyes open, keep trying to get information. But just to touch on a little point where y'all was talking about the Marcel guy, the white guy gave, and then the sweetheart KD had researched the other black candidate. He running for representative, but Bobby Rush was in his position, so I guess he stepped down. But looking at who he is, he ain't really in the grassroots. He like a housing. They put all house niggas in play. Ain't no Malcolm X really in play. And I'm tired, bro. This shit making my head hurt.
All right, bro. I didn't.
I
Go ahead.
was just gonna say protect your mental always. Always get off the mic and go elsewhere and live your life because this shit will fuck with your mental, bro. Because it's deep, dog. You know what I'm saying? Especially where we come from, the inner city ghettos, which was a Jewish word, by the way.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and Secret Sister, go ahead and unmute your mic, sister.
Hey, Lebo. Nice to meet you. Well,
Hold on, real quick, Secret Sister. We got Baby Sister trying to come up here. So if anybody would like to drop down just temporary as a speaker so we can bring her up there, please let us know. If anybody that's not speaking right now, drop down and so we can bring this sister up there. It'll be appreciated. Thank you.
I will if you just let me know. Newstoter, yeah, I'll be happy to drop down if I can just say one last thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And for
young ladies, y'all stay up there. I'm gonna drop down to a listener.
Okay, well, here's what I was gonna. I just wanted to.
She's
Jumbotron.
Real quick, Mel. Somebody's already dropped down, Professor. So you can stay up there. But go ahead, Mel.
I was just gonna say that in the Jumbotron is a space that myself and Nate Turner are doing tomorrow, and it's on Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth, and that book is awesome, and it's giving us some tools in which to square these things away, because a lot of the things that were discussed in here tonight, Dr. Claude Anderson is really addressing them and making it clear, and I think that's the biggest thing. So anyway, I won't go all into it, but just click the yes, I'm going to go, and y'all pull up to that space tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're doing a book read and a discussion afterwards. Y'all pull up.
Thank you, sister. Y'all definitely go ahead and support the sister space as well too. I definitely will tweet it out, Mel. I would definitely do that for you. Let me go ahead. Secret Sister, go ahead, and then we're gonna get the baby sister real quick. Secret Sister, make it quick because I want to get the baby sister. She hasn't had a chance to speak, so go ahead.
Hey, Sister Mel, I'll definitely be there. I love Dr. Claude Anderson. And hey, back to Sister. Lebo, you were saying that there aren't any more like Malcolm X's or whatever. I'm going to be honest. Here I am. I am probably one of the most radical on here and the most hated probably. But I don't give a two shits. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm about my people and I'm about putting my boots to the ground. Like I always say, I'm tired of talking. I want to see some motion. I'm tired of always being the only one by myself with my husband out doing boots to the ground and then all this other stuff. So you do have that. As far as this politicking thing, I wasn't out to disrespect anybody because of course you're going to do what you want to do. I'm just saying we need to unplug from all of their systems because if it wasn't for the Black American, that's one more thing to add to the list of many things that we do for the world, okay? We uphold their platforms, these social media platforms. I don't even remember the last time I heard a big wheel or heard kids outside. No, we got to get up. That's why our kids is fat. They're out of shape and things like that. Get outside and get out and get to learn and know each other instead of these little avatar things. We don't even know each other. This is sad. That's what I'll do, and I'll leave on that. Thank you, Newstoter.
You're welcome, sister. Let's go ahead and get the baby sister. Baby sister, how you doing tonight?
Peace and reparations should have fucking happened 2 seconds ago. Hey, family. First off, I guess I was in a matrix or something because Mel DM'd me and said, "Are you in a space?" I had to go back out and come back in. Anyway, I digress. But to talk to the topic real quick, Black families need fathers. Yeah, we have fathers. They need to stay out of our fucking business. Whoever's saying that we need them. Okay, first and foremost, they can stay in their own fucking lane. Because I'm tired of this little.
Get in the Jumbotron, read the article.
I'm just saying. You don't want that to happen because I ain't been drinking yet. But
hell yeah.
hell yeah. Ginny juice. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just in another space, and it was Sunny space, and I'm telling y'all, I don't know what these white motherfuckers are trying to do to cause us some type of disconnection. It was a productive space. It was a productive space. People weren't cursing and screaming and hollering, and points were fucking being made. So I'm just looking side-eye to Twitter and the little, people that they have coming in. I don't know what they call them, ops or operatives or whatever, doctors, I don't know what the fuck. But they're trying to keep us from listening to each other because we're all saying the same things but different ways. And if we saying some shit that's not being said correctly, personal points of views are starting to fuck with my fucking check. And that's pissing me off. That's really pissing me off. Like I said, if you love yourself, you love your people, you know your lineage, you go back and you find out what shit was going on. Nobody can tell us nothing. You can be called whatever you want to be called. I just know we were enslaved. They built this bitch off our back. Every time we turn around, they doing something. We don't even have to go back in time. We can go 2 seconds ago and some shit then popped off in some city. They don't respect us because we don't come together. We're coming together. And when that space was made with the Secure the Tribe, and everybody got to hear, got to smell what we were fucking talking about, we have to build on that. That's where we need to go forward. And I'm telling y'all, some of the shit, people can hearsay, people can be told whatever. You need to research your shit. And I'm telling you, from just my own research, and I'm going to put this out here, Gabe was brought to us under Marcel's good intention, be that as it may, because I don't think he's trying to do any harm any type of way. If it did not come out that way, if it did not remain that way, now it's up to Gabe to go save Marcel's ass. To say to everybody, don't bring Marcel into it. I got my own shit. I can bring people to the table. Once somebody gives us somebody, it's up to them. Gabe is grown. We're going to take Marcel because that's our brother. We're always going to take black over white. In front of white people, okay? Now, when the shit gets out the paint, we can call Marcel and say, what the fuck was that about? Well, we're not going to discourage or downplay our brothers in front of a white man. So all that I'm saying is this. We need to let people come into these spaces, let them listen, not go back and say, I saw somebody in the space. Because when I'm going to call you tonight. And it's some for real shit. Just bullshit. We had a conversation, and they welcomed me, but I was accepted with love and respect, and that's what I got, that's what I gave. Because these motherfuckers trying to keep all of us from hearing what we need to hear. We can't be playing this stupid game no more. We gotta listen to each other. If somebody say some shit that you don't like, say it. We family. These motherfuckers, I'm telling y'all. I don't know how many spaces I didn't go into that I possibly could have got some information because I didn't want to be seen in that space. And that's what these motherfuckers are trying to do. We grown. You see somebody's space, so fucking what? I learned a lot, and I hope I gave a lot. So, I mean, I'm serious. If you go in somebody's space, go into space, shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, just still listen, and it bounce out. Or add something to it.
Okay,
I love y'all, but y'all fucking with my check. And
real quick, baby sister, because I've been hearing about, I wasn't in any of these spaces, so I don't know. I heard about somebody named Gabe, a politician. I don't know anything about it. I heard that Marcel brought a politician in talking about reparations, and somehow people got upset because the politician was white. So forgive me, because I've been on Twitter some this weekend, but mainly just tweeting out actual from the website. So I haven't been on here that much.
Let me hook you up. Let me hook you up in like maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Gabe is a person that's running for alderman for the 5th ward in Chicago. Okay, he and another brother, Cameron Barnes. He's for the I think he's for the 4th. No, the 9th. I think he's the 9th. But so they both came on one of the spaces, and I think Marcel hosted. Both of them are just gay. Well, when I finally got to the space, and I'm gonna give you my mind, okay? When I got to the space, Gabe was being sort of checked out. I want to say vetted, because vetted is what you do amongst yourself personally. Because can't nobody tell me shit. Anyway, so they were asking questions, and he was throwing, and I'm still keeping it real. He was throwing my wife is black. I've been down with you guys. I know where you come from. When your ass itch, my ass itch. And it was kind of like, well, what the fuck? So when I asked him a question, I said, well, who are the 3 people, the 3 players that benefited from black people? It was the University of Chicago, some guy named Eli. So he kind of got me on that. He was like, okay. So he knows about white supremacy. He knows, these motherfuckers. So we kept talking and kept talking. But after that, I told him, I said, I'm from the largest church in Chicago, Oakdale Covenant, and I'll call my people to see if you want to speak to them, because if anybody gonna get some duckies, it's gonna be my motherfucking people. So I was like, I'll shout you out and shit. So I was getting information, and unbeknownst to me, Cameron Barnes is like right down the street. My church is 94th and Vincennes. So Cameron says, oh yeah, that's right down the street. So I was when I was talking to my people and shit, they were no, we don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. So I was like, oh, okay, let's get past that. So Cameron apparently said some things in his tweets, making comments as if he was one of us, to the point where you just want to say, you sure you got a black wife? Because my man would have got his shit. He would have been eating some shit from a can, because I wouldn't be cooking him shit. Why would he be with a black woman who would allow a white man to say something like that? So he was making some off-the-cuff comments and blocking people, which is his right. But it's also my motherfucking right to say, if you want my vote, you're not going to block me. You're just not going to engage with me, but you're not going to shut me up. Why are you trying to shut me up? So those things were coming out. Now it comes to this weekend or whatever. He's been making comments. He's been blocking people. He's been using, I got a black girlfriend, and he's not really coming to Marcel's aid, like Marcel went to bat for him. He should say to whoever he wants to, that's the other 10 aldermen who are not speaking reparations, he should call them out. He should give us information about them so we can see what the fuck is going on. And plus, we're not even in Chicago. We're going to somebody's house and sitting on their couch. Chicago's probably like, what the fuck? I'm telling you, I'm from Chicago. What the fuck are y'all motherfuckers? Anyway, so Gabe's silence is very indicative of a white man's priority. You don't disrespect anybody. You sure as hell don't say that you are one of us. And if you do it, get on Twitter, apologize, and adjust to it. If you don't care about Twitter, I'm in my plane. If you don't care about Twitter, why did you come to us? You should have told Marcel, I don't want to do it. So if you wanted us to hear you, now we're saying we want to hear what you got to say. Don't bring Marcel into this shit. Stay on your own 2 white 10 toes. So be that as it may, he said some shit he shouldn't have said. He's not giving us any information about the other 10 aldermen. And he's saying shit out of pocket. So that's it.
All right.
Sister, where you from?
75th and Ingleside, right off of Cottage Grove and Stony Island.
No, where the gay fucker from?
He's Chicago.
North, south, west, east, west, south.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's from, my research is like Hyde Park, but you can't really get that type of information, because they can run up on you. But exactly, brother.
Come on, y'all. Come on, man. You know what's up. You know what's up, baby sis. We're playing.
All right. Like I say, I missed all of this. I heard something briefly about it, but I didn't know about it. I didn't even know who the hell Gabe was, but I heard that Marcel had somebody that he was doing some kind of political space, but I didn't really know much about it or whatever. So thank you for kind of filling me in on that. Seemed like quite a bit there going.
Brother, they've been having the drama all over these spaces this week, man, about this white dude, Gabe, and whoever else, man. It's been all over. Because they've been going after Marcel about it, man. I've been seeing some of the tweets, you know. And I just be like, man, can't we ever get on these spaces and just talk about reparations and other things that concern our needs instead of getting all into this dramatic stuff, man, that just don't mean anything.
Gotta be nice. Need rest. Turn up next. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I know Marcel is about reparations. Marcel's definitely about reparations for his people and stuff like that. So, you know, I hate that, you know, that happened or whatever. Like I say, I didn't know. I've been on Twitter some this weekend, but it's mainly just tweeting stuff off of actual news, total onto the actual on the Twitter and whatnot, and occasionally commenting on a post or something somebody might say. So I haven't really been on here this much myself this weekend, but it seemed like it's been quite the drama. And I'm sure Marcel brought this gentleman on there. He thought that this man was going to be on a reparations platform as well too. So I know Marcel didn't do anything out of spite or anything like that to try to definitely try to fool his people or anything like that. So hopefully we can get this stuff straightened out, man. This kind of stuff I'm talking about. We got some things we need to be working on, man, and some serious things we need to work on, and all this other side stuff. Just, you know, kind of put that to the side. Let's just keep pushing forward. I'm gonna go ahead and get to let me get to you, Tammy. I know you had your hand up as well too, so go ahead, Tammy.
I just wanted to say I was not saying listen to advice from a boy. Okay, I wasn't saying that. We have got to listen to. I'm over that part. Okay, I was just saying his topics seem to get to us quicker. Black topics. Anyway, we've got to learn to disagree. We have got to learn to agree to disagree. I'm working on that myself. I'm also working on listening, like baby sister was saying. And sometimes we miss things because automatically have a comment back. You know how they say, stop listening to respond. Wait a minute, what is that saying? Whatever.
Yeah, you should have said it. That's what you be doing. You be listening to respond.
I'm working on
you always coming off your mic.
It's talking. It's a lot of people
talking. Yeah, that's right.
It's a lot. Okay, I'm gonna take responsibility for mine. I'm sorry, I'm passionate.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I done got kicked out of a lot of groups today. Okay, but I tell you, I forget stuff. But tonight I wrote it down. See, I wrote me a list of what I wanted to say. I apologize wholeheartedly. Oh, and your link needs to say a recurring payment. Okay. Some people will recur that payment, whether it's however much. I didn't speak one. If you have one, just let me know.
You talking about for the Cash App?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Appreciate that. Definitely.
I'm a hell of a marketer.
Hey, Newstoter be beginning sometime though. Remember, y'all, he also has Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. There you go.
Yeah. So appreciate you tonight, Tammy, and like I say, thank you again for contributing as well too. I'm gonna get the other platform. I'm gonna get the Levo, and then I'm gonna get to text, and then we're gonna close it out for the night, y'all.
How come DJ can't keep it going? I'm saying.
DJ, that's up to him. DJ can keep it.
All night.
The DJ, ask DJ. He'll. I know he'll probably create another space because it.
DJ, why don't you continue the space? This is baby sister.
Oh, DJ, talk to all of this. You got in trouble.
Hey.
Newstoter, can I say one thing real quick? I just wanted to know if everybody had received my husband's album dropped, and I just wanted to ask if my brothers and sisters can support by going to the Spotify.
Yes, man. We'll support the homie, okay? We'll definitely do that. Go ahead and DM me that as well too. DM me that as well. I know you were sending out some DMs, but I'll be getting a bunch of DMs and stuff, secret sister. So send it back to me again, and I'll go ahead and I'll tweet it out, and I'll visit visit it as well too myself. Let me go ahead. Lebo, did you want to say something else tonight, bro? Lebo, you there? He may be in the Matrix. I don't know.
Maybe sleep.
Yeah, that's possible. Tex, go ahead and I'll go ahead and let you be the last speaker for the night too, as well, if you want to.
Oh wow, man, that's an honor. I would say that I've seen Gabe on Twitter like in the beginning of the 806 movement. There was a lot of people rocking together. He was one of them, but there was a split, and everybody kind of formed their own little camp. But I would say that nobody can vet a candidate for you. Nobody can say this guy's okay. You have to vet that candidate. Like I said, you have to have your agenda, what's important to you, and you have to put that up against that candidate and see where he stands on the list. So nobody anywhere can say, I vouch for this guy. That's not how it works. You have to vet that candidate on his stand on the issues. Either he has to communicate it to you or you got to draw it out of him. And so I would also say that skin color has nothing to do with this. Because we got a whole lot of black folk that look like me that's up there in Capitol Hill right now that's sending us to hell.
We should have reparations by now.
Yeah, like the thing is, like they weaponized Obama. They weaponized skin color when they picked Obama. They picked a black man with a black family, and he said reparations is not on the table because it may upset the immigrants. So, and we still voted for him. And so again, we might have to weaponize a white face in order to get more white votes and do the trick number on them. So I would vote for a hillbilly if he was really 10 toes down on reparations. But again, I'm not endorsing anybody because I don't know what Gabe's agenda is. I don't know where he stands on all the issues. I know he says he supports reparations, but the proof is in the agenda. Y'all have a beautiful night. Stay safe.
Hey, let me say real quick, Sir Major, I see you in the space. Did you want to add something in this space here before we get ready to close it out? Guess that's a no. I saw you in here as a speaker, so if you want to. Ooh, Shogun 61.
One thing I would say about this guy is that he's smart enough to run for an office that he has a chance of winning. See, we got a lot of people that's going for these big national offices, and they don't even have an army of volunteers. If you don't have a war chest of money, you damn sure better have an army of volunteers to help you. Because we have white supremacists running for school board and winning, and they're throwing out black history, and they're going to go from school board to councilman to mayor to state senator to U.S. senator and maybe to the president, and that's the way it goes. You can't start at the top. It just don't work like that.
Yeah, but see, brother, and DJ, I don't know. I think somebody was asking that you go ahead and continue the space. It wasn't me, even though it sounded like me with a deep voice. But anyway, I digress. Look, all I'm saying is this. Hell yeah. All I'm saying is this. If you wanted our vote, if you wanted us to know about you, and you knew Marcel, and you knew other people on Twitter, not in spaces, but just in other realms of being on Twitter, why would you come to us at the last 10 minutes? Why would you come to us at the last 10 minutes, y'all? It's February 28th. The shit is over. So in my skeptical black ass mind, it's either one or two things. You testing your water, but saying, let's see if they'll encompass me, if they'll take me in. It's like a wolf saying, do y'all smell me or do I smell like a sheep? So let me see how far I can get in. That's me. Like I said, I'm from Chicago. My father was beaten to death with a bowling ball, okay? St. Louis type shit, okay? So I'm side-eyed. This is how we should roll, period, with a T. The second thing is if you see this shit jumping off, and your boy, like he says he's one of us, y'all, and your boy brings you into the hood, now when he leaves, you still talking shit, and he comes back to the hood, you don't go to bat for your boy and say, look, Marcel, I'm going to squash this shit right now. He has been quiet like a church mouse. How are you going to do something for somebody, and they get brought in looking dirty, and you leave them out? So can we trust him when shit goes
How Donkey Dunk, when they trying to write that check, he's not even standing for his boy who brought him into this shit.
Marcel and Get Out Part 2.
Mexico friends.
Hey, real quick, I see somebody Shogun with his hands up. Shogun, I'm gonna go ahead and let you unmute your mic real quick, and we're gonna be closing this space out in a second, y'all.
Showing up. I just wanted to know who you guys were talking about.
Oh God.
I know you ain't talking about this gay guy. Is that who everybody's talking about? Yeah. Here's the thing. Ain't no cracker supposed to be speaking on anything in regards to blackness. I don't give a fuck what he has to offer, what he has to say. He's the enemy. There ain't nothing he can give me, ain't nothing he can tell me, nothing he can show. There's already red flags with the simple fact that he's calling himself Freeman, and he's a white man. Coming out of nowhere. He's an alderman and a city councilman, running for city council. That's one notch under the mayor. He ain't shit, he ain't gonna control shit. And I highly doubt my brothers in Chicago and my sisters is going to vote for this. I mean, niggas is wasting their time. It's totally off code for anybody to be listening to this guy, let alone endorsing this motherfucker. What is wrong with niggas, man? This is some really off code shit. Fuck this man. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather vote for an off code brother or sister than to vote for any white man. I don't give a fuck. It's just not what we're trying to do here. Then he's talking about going after Pan-African movements and shit. That's pretty much saying I'm going after black people. I'm going after black folks and their businesses and their establishments and institutions. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Hey, real quick, brother, real quick. I wasn't in that space. I don't know anything. I just heard about this gay person today or whatever. I will say this here from what I know of Marcel. Marcel does seem to be a black man that's on code that actually cares about the actual progress of black people. Real quick, bro. I'm gonna unmute the mic, but let's have this little dialogue, go back and forth. I'm gonna let you talk or whatever. You listen to me or whatever, vice versa. Like I say, I don't know. I wasn't in that space. I don't know Gabe. I never heard of Gabe until tonight. I heard some stuff about a white candidate or something. I don't know. I wasn't in the space, so I couldn't tell you. The first thing, if Gabe knocked on my door right now, I wouldn't know him from Adam's house. So I really don't know anything about this gentleman or whatever. Only thing I can say from my dealing with Marcel, I've never had any issue with Marcel, and I do know Marcel has a freeman mindset. Now, go ahead, and this is a space, so go ahead and say your opinion or whatever. I don't know anything about the gentleman other than what I just heard baby sister say. I know they said this has been going on Twitter all week or whatever weekend. So I don't know anything about him.
That was not our topic. Last 5 minutes of talk. That wasn't our topic.
No, it wasn't our topic, but I know everybody started talking about it. Was I guess Gabe or whoever it was talking about reparations or whatever. So I guess that's how they got onto this actual topic as well, too. So.
Well, I appreciate you rocking for Marcel, Newstoter. I appreciate you rocking with our brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Marcel, Marcel has been on the Newstoter platform before. Me and Marcel, I don't have any issues with the brother. I was one of the first black-owned platforms that actually endorsed Marcel as well, too, and he'll tell you that. So, I don't have any issues with Marcel. Marcel is always welcome to come on here and speak his mind or whatever. So I don't have any issues with the brother. Anybody wants to come on here and share their thoughts and opinions, they're more than welcome as well, too. So, like I say, I can't speak on it because I wasn't in the space. I don't know what happened. I know a lot of you guys was in the space. Y'all heard it or whatever, this and that. But like I say, I can't just go ahead and throw dirt on Marcel like that. I'd have to hear exactly what happened. I don't know Gabe. I don't know, who Gabe is. And I'm hearing that somebody said that he's white and he's talking about he was a freedman. So this is the first time I heard that right there as well, too. So I don't know anything.
He said he had freedman politics. But at any rate, we need to win. And how we win is we show up for each other. And I rock with Marcel because Marcel is down for black people. Period.
Well, you can get all aggressive in the tone, but it ain't going to matter to nothing. You got to get the majority of your people to agree with you, and they don't. There ain't nothing this man can say that I'm going to be in agreement with. He's the enemy. I don't give a fuck. They're all the enemy until everything that our people that needs to be done for our people is done. They're all the enemy. That's how we should be looking at this situation, right or wrong, positive or negative. We were supposed to be for ourselves. Hold on, man. I'm talking.
All right, y'all. So in this space, we sold the corn to our people, and we ain't gonna talk above each other. So, what you call it? Shotgun. You can just get it 60 seconds, and we'll let Judge Sarah talk for 60 seconds. Go ahead.
I'm good. I don't have to say nothing. I'm just telling you I rock with Marcel, and I'll leave it there.
All right. I guess Shogun.
Hey, look at y'all. DJ just called it. I mean, there's a lot of skeptical shit. There's a lot of skeptical shit that Marcel been doing. The brother is, you know what I'm saying, calling nice, saying white supremacy ain't my issue. You know what I'm saying? Putting focus on black immigrants when black immigrants are not even the ones that are detrimental to our community. They're not even what's causing our community. You know, it's just crazy to me how motherfuckers can follow people who are not speaking for the interest of our community, who are not speaking to the issues within our community. You know what I mean? For a whole year or so, I've been listening to Marcel and the FBA and the Freeman talk about everything but the real issues that's going on within our community. And then now you're endorsing a white man, talking about vote for this man. That's all cold. And
Hold on, Chuck. Hey, Sugar, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt nobody. Just let them speak real quick.
Yeah, Shogun, you got 30.
I'm gonna land right now. We ain't got time for all this, man. What I'm saying is anybody that's doing off-code behavior, you know, we gotta call them out, expose them, get away from them. If you ain't with that, you are part of the problem. Period.
All right, Shogun. You know, you're entitled to your opinion or whatever, brother. Like I say, this is a space. People entitled to their opinion. We'll let you speak on the platform. You voice how you feel about it, and that's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna try to change it or whatever. Like I say, I personally don't have any issues with the brother. He's been on this platform. He's been courteous to me. He's been respectful to me. So I don't have any issues with him. So, you know, to each is his own. If that's how you feel. Let's go ahead. And I'm not even sure who. A Boogie. I'm gonna let A Boogie get up here. Hey, go ahead and spit something real quick, man.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna just push back on what my man said. Yeah, I've been supporting Marcel since he was like before he announced. So I ain't never known Marcel to, you know what I'm saying, hold his tongue or take up for nobody that wasn't really like pure intentions or whatever. So that's that. And then secondly, as a Chicagoan, you know what I'm saying, as a true Chicagoan, you know what I'm saying, my whole family is from Chicago. So in Chicago. So I've known Gabe for, you know what I'm saying, he followed me like well over a year ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, I did find it odd that he was never in the spaces about reparations, but I do know him to have been vetted by a lot of people that put me on a lot of game. So, and taught me a lot. So if he rolling with them people, I'm not gonna really question it. You know what I'm saying? Too much. If he got policy, that's really the only thing that matters. You know what I'm saying? As far as him being disrespectful, that can be addressed. But as long as he's moving in the right direction, I'm not calling him, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going against that. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody else in Chicago stepping for reparations. When I went up there for the rally, it was me, Dino, and maybe two other people that was stepping. You know what I'm saying? And even within the Chicago community, I'm probably looked at crazy because I'm talking about reparations. People don't know what reparations is. So let's not get in the way of progress, man.
Wait, can I ask you a question, baby? You talking about the one that happened this Sunday?
No. I'm not aware of that one, but I'm talking about the one the security tribe put together. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I pulled up for that. I came back into town. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
because Gabe had one today.
Okay, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, who gonna shit on a rally that's pushing the message? Like,
no, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not talking about you, sister, but I'm just saying, like, everybody talking about this and that. Yeah, I heard. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta let that stuff fly. I mean, he can address it.
Who vouched for him from the city, bro?
I ain't saying nobody vouching for him from this. I know he's around Mark Carter, he's around Arthur, he's around, you know what I'm saying, Roz. He's been at the NSAAD conferences and things of that nature. So he's been around for a while. I don't know him personally. I just know that he's been following me for a while. Well over a year.
And how far the Muslims ain't messing with him, the Nation of Islam ain't messing with him.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I just know who's around him. Now, I ain't saying that I'm just saying for Chicago, as in he's running for alderman. I don't hear any other alderman in Chicago talking about reparations. So I'm not going to stand in the way of him. Like, if his policies is on point and he's been vetted, and ain't nobody else talking about reparations, then why would I stand in the way? Okay, he ain't been vetted by you, so go vet him. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm not in the city. You know what I'm saying? I just know the people that have vouched for him. You know what I'm saying? And those are the people that put me up on game and talk.
Well, where are they?
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna stand in his way. Am I gonna watch him carefully? Yes. I'm not no fool. But at the same time, though, if you feel like you need to vet him, then he's a candidate. If you're one of his constituents, then you have a right to. You definitely have a right to. But
I don't want to speak over anybody or anything like that. But let me ask you a question, baby. You're from Chicago, right? Hello. Yes. You're from Chicago. What the hell?
A Boogie, or you?
Yes, yes, baby. I'm sorry.
I'm from Chicago.
Okay. I'm gonna say this, and I think you gonna feel me, and anybody that's Black American is gonna feel me. If somebody is being given grace, like everybody is given Gabe, okay, you know, and I understand that, but when you give grace to somebody, either you gonna know this motherfucker, like you know what he eats for breakfast, what he did for dinner, or you're not going to do what.
Not to mute you, baby sister, but DJ, hold it down real quick for me.
For me, if I'm gonna say something to keep somebody off, somebody getting their ass kicked, if it comes out that they should have got their ass kicked, my ass should be next. And this is what I'm feeling from Gabe. Gabe is being given, you know, benefit of the doubt. Now this shit is coming out. None of us know him. So when I hear somebody saying, well, he is talking about reparations and, you know, he's the only one, then you should know him. So to me, don't half-ass me. Don't put him down. Let's accept him. We can't do that shit no more. So Gabe has fucked over Marcel for bringing him up to the plate, and now he's left Marcel out to dry. We all know Marcel has his flaws. Everybody does. But this motherfucker done left the spirit up in this bitch. He done came in and ain't said shit. And like I'm saying, if he was for reparations, he just had there was the thing done today. He could have told Marcel that. He could have been peeping all that shit instead of blocking people. That could have been a platform for us. Did you know about the reparation thing? The meeting that they had this morning? No, because he ain't spitting shit out. So I'm just saying, if people are going to go to bat for him and say don't throw him to the water or whatever, I understand that. But you best be sure that it sounds like you're giving him the benefit of the doubt when they don't deserve it.
Hell no, I say throw him through the fire because Marcel went through the fire. So I said it last night. Everybody got to go through the fire. Like I said, he do have to account for the things that he said. And like I said, he followed me a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? When I first started coming back to Twitter, but you know what I'm saying? I did find it odd that he was never in none of the reparation space. And you know what I'm saying? And this is like part of that blowback because you're not caught up. You know what I'm saying? And you can't be halfway in, you can't be halfway out. You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying and I respect it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't hear nobody in Chicago You know, I know people that's running for office and running for aldermen and mayors of South, you know, in the suburbs or the hundreds or whatever, but ain't nobody talking about reparations. So, no, give him a little grace, but you got to kick his ass too, and he got to go through the fight, just like Marcel did. So, ain't nobody who's gonna be speaking for black people gonna go. They not gonna get past Twitter. You know,
ain't no Italians over east, bro.
Yeah, he ain't gonna. If anybody that's running for office and they talking about reparations, they got to come through Twitter because Newstoter gonna get the information. Somebody gonna get the information, and it's gonna be over. Feel me? So yeah, we just got to call to action to, you know what I'm saying, stay on people's eyes. That's it.
I love you too, buddy. I love you too.
Hey, you know what? I would just suggest too that for whoever didn't hear Marcel's space for the initial interview or vetting or whatever you call it that he did with Gabe, go check it out, because whatever questions and doubts you have, they're either going to be affirmed or they're going to be answered. But if you didn't listen to that space from Marcel, go check it out to get even more information, because the more these conversations go on, it seems like more information comes out. Like what A Boogie just said about he's been knowing Gabe all this time, but all this time these reparation conversations have been going on Twitter. According to A Boogie, he's never seen Gabe anywhere in no spot. That's interesting. That's something really to be giving some consideration to. So to get all the information, check out the thing with Marcel. And I'll say this, Marcel did say, and I've heard him say it before with other candidates, hey, I ain't taking up for no candidate. This is on him. Y'all vetting him, and he got to defend himself. Marcel kept saying that in the last space. So we all just have to make up our own mind. But having these conversations,
that goes for everybody.
That's right,
including me. So like the vetting process doesn't stop. Like everybody has. If you went up here speaking on any of these platforms at some point, if you saying something, you've been coming to enemy. I done seen everybody in here about coming to enemy at some point if you were here talking. So you just got to blow past that and just keep pushing towards reparations. That's it. That's all. Like, I don't even understand all the beef. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. The beef is good because it deals with the things that we have to talk about and we haven't talked about as a black family, as a lineage or whatever. But at the same time, though, we just gotta deal with it because people are coming into the movement. People are talking and don't know everything. Like, I'm not a book reader. I learned everything that I learned from Naeem and all of you all. So let's just keep pushing. That's my thing. Like, I'm cool on the beef. Like, y'all can have it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna listen. And Newstoter, you know, that's what I do. I'm just gonna listen. And when I gotta speak, when I know something, I will say something eventually. But it ain't I'm just let it simmer and do what it do. You feel me? So that's all we really got to do, man. Just stay away from negativity and just keep rocking, yo.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Just from what I'm hearing about the space, I'm back, y'all. But just from what I'm hearing about the space, I'm not even sure I want to hit a record, man, because I'm people just leaving all kind of comments and stuff like that. I'm like, hey, you know, it is what it is. It seemed like everybody pretty much already made up their mind on that space, how they feel one way or another. So I'm gonna just keep trying to push the reparations agenda forward.
Ain't none of these people in Chicago. If you ain't in Chicago, if you ain't a constituent, like, you can have all the smoke that you want from them. Let them feel the fire. Let them get right. Let them get pushed back. But at the same time, though, you ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit. So unless you call the Chicago mayor asking and them other aldermen why they ain't pushing reparations, why they ain't talking about why we got this Italian dude running for reparations and y'all not, then shut the fuck up. Honestly.
I was just about to say, man, most of us not even in Chicago. The people that's carrying the heat for this, man, don't even live in Chicago. I know I don't. Now, I've been hearing about this guy all over these spaces this entire week. I'm here in Alabama. So I don't have a dog in y'all's fight up there. Now, look, my brothers in Chicago and sisters in Chicago, I care about y'all. I want y'all to be doing well financially, mentally, spiritually. I want everything to be going well for you guys up there, but I have no dog in y'all's fight up there in y'all's political issue with this guy Gabe. I know what I've been hearing, and I'm like, for all the outside noise, for the people that's on the outside of Chicago, they really should be staying the fuck out of it. You know, that's that. I mean, think about it. Me from Alabama, and I'm fighting and mad and angry about some damn candidate up in Chicago that I don't even vote for. I can't see it. I can't feel
Make
it.
it make sense, G.
There's
Make
things
it
I
make
want.
sense.
There's two
Yeah.
things that I heard that I want to push back on.
Put
I
them
need to
through
push
the
back
fire.
on two things that I heard. Right. First of all, the brother that was saying we can't ever vote for no white. Right. I understand the sentiment, but if we want reparations, not local reparations, we got to have 200 and something people in the Capitol agreeing on it, and we got to vote for them. And you know they ain't all black. So I'm not vouching for gay. Like I said, everybody got to vet them. The other thing I push back on is the fact that we're not involved in Chicago politics. In politics, people donate money to candidates 3,000 miles away if that candidate holds their issues at heart. White people donate money across the country, and races that got nothing to do with them. And it's a necessary thing, because if we had or have a real reparations candidate in Chicago, then that candidate is going to need all of our help, because he's up against people with money, people that the Democratic Party is helping. They're part of the party machine. So any local candidate is going to need national help from our movement. So I just wanted to say that. But like I said, man, like to vet somebody, and the brother spoke about off code. There is no code, because a code is your code. If it's about a code, what you're going to have is 40 million black people with their idea what the code is. Only you know your code. So your code is your agenda, your list of what you demand. So, for example, in my list, I will put in my town, I want to abolish qualified immunity. I want to abolish sanctuary city status. I want lineage-based reparations. I want an office of Black American Affairs. That's some of the things on my list. Your list might be different. So you have to run this by the white dude to see where he stands on the issues. And the brother's right. Like, I'm glad that we're growing out of this color consciousness, because it's not served us. We vote for skin color, and look where it got us. So again,
well, my list is to fix a drink, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Talking about something. We need to. Everybody got their own code. Our code.
Hey, real quick, y'all, because I see Naheem is up in here. He hadn't had a chance to speak, so let's go ahead and I want to hear what he has to say about reparations, the New York Post, the whole thing with Gabe or whatever. If he wants to talk about it, so I'm interested to hear what he's got to say. Go ahead, Naheem, and unmute your mic, bro.
Peace. What's going on, Newstoter? What's going on to the fam?
What's going on, family?
You know, I seen the topic and I wanted to come up. We were just having a discussion on this earlier on a little town hall that I just had. I won't discuss the details of that town hall yet, but it was on Zoom. It'll be out in a few days. And this topic actually came up about that New York Times article that was written by that Black conservative. And it kind of leads into...
New York Post, bro.
I mean, what did I say? New York Times?
Yeah, New York Post.
I don't know, I've been in a good mood. I'm sipping on some Uncle Nearest right now, for those of you who know what that is. You know what I'm saying? So, my bad. I slip up. I make mistakes too. But so when it comes to certain messaging, we see that even quote unquote Black folks get on code. I don't use that term. I don't follow none of these dudes' codes at all. So I just want to be clear on that. But I'm gonna use it in this instance. They get on code with white supremacy. So when we have somebody that's white that comes along and says that we're going to push for policies for freedmen because they understand from their own observations and their own studies that our community has been hurt by the policies, not just of Chicago, but America in general. But being that Gabe is in Chicago, he's going to do something about it. He's going to try his best. And those of us that know Gabe, well, they know that he's had this position for years. It's only these new guys, these new jacks that come up on the scene that don't know who he is and what he's about and what he's been fighting for. But I've known about him for years, particularly from the people that I know and trust in Chicago that's on the ground, that's putting in real work. I know about their violence intervention programs because they sent me the grant proposals that they won grants with to help with the violence intervention and prevention, so that I could
Wait. Hold on, bro. Let Lebo let him go ahead and talk. We don't go ahead and cut people off. Go ahead and let him talk, and then raise your hand and you can respond. But let him go ahead and talk, bro. Go ahead, Naeem.
Thank you, brother. So all of this nonsense that's going on about Gabe is about the fact that he has a Freedmen First platform, and what the liars have done. And we got to call this stuff out. What they have done is said, "Oh, this guy's running around saying he's a freedman." He never said that. Marcel interviewed him in his space, and he said that he was an Italian American on several occasions. I don't have to defend anybody. I like to defend the truth, and I really just like to stick it to these lying trolls that come up and just make up a whole bunch of bullshit that they can't back up at all. None of them. And some of them in the space, I see them here right now. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know I'm talking about, y'all making these crazy posts that have nothing to do with nothing, being obstructionists for the sake of being obstructionists and no other reason. I'm gonna mess this thing up. These guys got a reparations push going, and if I can't be the center of it, then I'm gonna just fuck it up for everybody. And that's what we're seeing here. And we gotta call this thing for what it is. Now, you can choose to rock with those people. That's on you. But when you see those of us that are putting in real work, and some of you only just really, really see the tip of the iceberg, literally, and you still choose to go over there and immerse yourself in the shit show, then what are you in the space for? Because obviously we're not here for the same reasons. So I just wanted to get up here and touch on that. And, I know about the New York Post article about the we need to basically bring fathers back into the home. I mean, the New York Post. We need to bring fathers back into the homes, and all of this white supremacist trophy stuff the dude was talking about. I believe that was the CDC that put that report out that said Black fathers are more involved in the lives of their children than any other ethnic group in this country, regardless if they're with the mothers or not. So this idea that men are not with their children, it falls on its face. It's old, it's played out, and what that article is a response to the successes that they're seeing. And they're like, yo, this thing is really about to happen. We got to attack. Who can we call? I got a pet coon that I can tap on and say, hey, pet coon, go write this article in the New York Post. And then those of us that's serious about this, we got to respond to that. And we respond to all the white supremacists. But then we got to respond to the people that's in this space claiming that they're fighting for the same thing. Then if you're fighting for the same thing, what we're beefing for? Because the people that's fighting for the same thing, we are on one accord. We're one big family. So we can't be fighting for the same thing. It's impossible. I'll land there.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming into space and just clarifying your point of view on things as well too. Now, Lebo, I know you raised your hand. You want to go ahead and say something, so go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, just real quick. The Lions beat the Packers, y'all. They going to the playoffs. If you in the Detroit, let's go.
Hey, peace and blessings, bro. You was just talking real loud. Who is these people that's from Chicago that's vouching for this dude?
See, This is what I'm saying, right? And normally I don't answer these new guys' questions.
And you got to. What the fuck is you talking about?
Now I'm not.
Okay, real quick. Let's kind of have let's have that respectful decorum up in here, man. The brother, he's not cursing at anybody. Let's not start cursing at each other because that's just gonna create conflict. We don't want to have all that up in here. He's being respectful. You be respectful. Y'all be respectful to each other, man. If you can't be respectful, then just mute your mic and don't say anything. But go ahead and let him. If you ask a question, man, just let him answer it.
Respect. Don't slick talk me though, bro.
I was going to answer this dude question. Now I'm not. Now I'm not.
No.
You want some Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polite, Sinetta TV shit, bro. I know what you want. Quit playing with me.
Sure, you're right. Who are you?
Bro.
Who are you?
Peace and blessings, bro.
Oh, okay. They run when these questions start being asked about who they are, what kind of work they've been putting in for this movement. They don't have no answers to that.
I know impossible when I hear him, bro.
Okay. If that's what you feel, then it is what it is,
bro.
Yeah. We
actual legitimate questions you want to ask anybody, whether it be Naeem or want to talk about the conversation in the text. We don't want to lose the train thought of the folks.
Yeah, we don't want to get to the point, man, where we start doing mud slinging up in here, man. Let's just.
I asked the question.
But he said that he's not gonna answer it. So let's just. If you want
I said I was gonna answer it.
Yeah, I know, but you felt yeah. That's what I'm saying. So I know now you're not gonna answer it. So I'm saying if you want to go ahead, Lebo, and you want to just go ahead and speak on something else, that's cool, that's fine or whatever. But
I just speak on it though, bro. That's fine and good that you endorsing the dude or whatever, but I'm from there. My buildings got took down. They put me over there. I ain't understanding it. I can't respect it until I see it on paper and it's done. Okay, cool. But until then, he is a snake to me, bro. My great-great-grandma told me, white man got crooked tongue.
Well, if I can respond, it seems like that crooked tongue has infected a lot of our people. If you've been listening to Twitter Spaces for the past couple months, especially the past 2 weeks, so I mean, I guess that disease is going around.
Look in the mirror, bro.
Our spaces are educational unless we're forced to just address some stuff. I don't know if you follow the teachers of this space, because that's what we are. But, maybe if you stop listening to those crooked tongue spaces and come listen to the people that's actually teaching, you might learn something and then get active in your own community and try to push for reparations, etc.
And let me just say that this space in the Newstoter space is also educational too. Like I say, we don't go back and forth. Everybody that comes up in here, they more than welcome to speak or whatever. We try to show respect for everybody. So we doing most of the time we doing news reports, current events, topics that's concerning Black Americans. So we try to keep it just on that. We don't want to get into any personal back and forth or whatever. I respect my brother Naheem. I respect you, Lebo. So we gonna keep it like that, bro. I don't want to have a back and forth going back and forth. This is Newstoter is the largest Black-owned news curation platform, and we want to go ahead and we want to be intelligent with our stuff on here. We invite our people to come in here and speak their truth, speak what's going on in the Black community. So we just don't want to have a back and forth and this and that, man. So as men, and that's what we're talking about, because we see this nonsense that these white folks talking about. As men, we're going to conduct ourselves as men up in here. We're going to respect each other as men. And if we can't, if we can't have a real dialogue with another man up in here, then we just go ahead and we don't talk to that man. We just let it be that. So just know what I'm saying. As the host in here, I'm just saying, if I'm in your space, I'm going to show you the utmost respect. And I just want you to do the same as well, too.
Bless the space, bro. Bless the space.
Appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Newstoter, man. Hey, look, you gotta excuse our Chicago, man. We just hot like that, for real. It's no disrespect, for real.
Oh no disrespect. I just want, you know what I'm saying. I don't want it to get sideways.
But Naeem, he from the city too. You know how that city mentality is, man. You know what I'm saying. Man, he's just from that. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure. Hey, bro, I'm just tell you this: you in the right spot, man. You found the right space to be in. You know what I'm saying? Like this brother right here. You know what I'm saying? He taught me everything that I know. You know what I'm saying? So like I just pay homage to Naeem. You know what I'm saying? He that. You know what I'm saying? That put me up on game. So
Naeem, where you from, bro?
I'm from New York.
Where you be at when you in the city?
Oh, I live in Georgia now. I've been in Georgia for the past 14 years.
Well, I'm talking about in Chicago. When you in Chicago, where do you be?
I've been to Chicago one time. I was all over Chicago. I couldn't even tell you where.
It's a small world, though, bro. We gonna have to run across each other, bro. And
I'm hoping for it.
Hey, Lebo, so you ain't gotta worry about that. Stay in contact with me. Lebo, you got me.
All right, respect, but I just need that. If it's that, I know information.
Okay, but you got me. I'm telling you that right now.
It's all good.
I'm here. I'm in OKC. I want the food. I'm in OKC, but I'm happy in the city. Believe that.
I don't eat onions on my burger.
Hey, listen to me. I know some people in the city, man. Just stay in tune. If you're trying to do something, well, then we gonna do something. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is.
Respect, bro.
Yeah, real respect, y'all. Fly McFly, go ahead, brother. Unmute your mic.
Newstoter, what up, DJ? Happy New Year's to y'all.
Hey, what's going on, fam?
In the building. Happy New Year.
Yeah, I just wanted to come up and salute y'all for being consistent throughout the year, hosting great spaces, I know when I come in your space that the conversation is never going to get out of control, and there's going to be a certain level of respect held. And that's really all I wanted to do. I just wanted to come up and acknowledge that because I don't see enough of that. And I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing. And I salute y'all.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. Me, Ray, DJ, as well as our fam that be up in the spaces all the time, Professor them and Mel and stuff. We shout out everybody that comes up in here. Shout out to everybody, man. They make the spaces go and whatnot. So I definitely appreciate that as well too. So shout out to all our family that come up in these spaces as well too, man. We appreciate it, and we're just trying to go ahead and we're trying to get the content. We're trying to get the news out there to our people. You might be in New York. I'm here in Florida, so you know it might be something going on in Florida y'all don't know about, and we're trying to get everybody in the country to know about what's going on. So that's just pretty much our thing. Like we have it, everybody has a role to play in this thing. You got your people out there with they feet on the boots. You got people doing this, doing that, or whatever. Everybody has a role to play. This is our role right here. Our role is to go ahead and keep our people informed on what's going on in Black America. So we shout out everybody that tries to that appreciates that and respects that, and definitely thank you for everybody that comes and support the spaces as a regular and whatnot. Naheem, I used to listen to him for years on Sarnetta and whatnot. So as Lord Abba, so I definitely, I got respect for the brother as well too. Lebo, this is the first time I can see you in the space. I can hear that you're passionate, and we need that too, brother. We need that passion in our community as well too. You know what I'm saying? You channel that passion, and you can be unstoppable with it. So we need all our men. We need, you know what I'm saying, our men in position to do what we got to, because we see every day the kind of stuff that we're facing in the Black community. It ain't finna let up anytime soon either. It's not finna stop. It's gonna keep coming, especially as this reparation issue continues to gain steam. Is globally impacting the world. You got everybody, like I said before, you got all these countries in Europe that's talking about reparations and stuff like that. You got the Caribbean, you got Africa, and it's all because of the freedmen, the FBA, the ADOS in this country got this thing rolling. So it's picking up steam globally, worldwide. And that's because of the Black Americans up in this country here as well, too. Let me go ahead. I want to kick it. I'm going to get the U Secret Sister. My man, Cognitive, he's up in the spot. Cognitive, what's going on, bro? How you doing tonight?
Man, good. At work getting this B1 money, man.
Get that paper, boy. You got something?
Can I ask?
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
All right. I just had one question to brother Naheem. Number one, shout out to you, brother. Keep doing the work. The particular tweet I wanted to ask you about, the tweet about when you referred to the code. Were you referring to the Secure the Tribe or FBA? And number two, I really did want to
make it to your rally. However, I did make it to the FBA rally. I do kind of feel like if when you got on that stage that day, if you could have kind of connected with Tariq Nasheed a little bit more, we could have brought all that shit together, and the FBA rally could have been bigger and better. But keep doing the work, brother, and I'll land my plane.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm not gonna get into who the tweet was. The people that know, that they know. At the end of the day, about the rallies, there was some confusion. I personally wouldn't have had no problem with working with anybody, so that we could have done a job of elevating. And I said this. I held the whole space after the fact, so that we could have elevated reparations, because that was the purpose of our march in October, and I'm guessing what was held on November 6th, to elevate reparations. But other people had other ideas, and it created a shit show. And that has spilled over now into what seems to be irreconcilable beefs and differences. We're like, we just going to keep doing what we do, put our head down. 2023, like I said, 2022 was the tip of the iceberg. 2023 is going to be crazy. And that's it. And what we're asking people is, if you are really about reparations, then come build with us. We've been saying that for the longest. If that's what you're really about, because that's what we're really about. And I can show and prove. Our fingerprints are on a lot of the successful things that have happened so far in this space. So if that's not a standard that's good enough for you, then I don't know what to say. But other than that, if you're serious about reparative justice for our people, let's build.
Big dog, is y'all ask for money or land?
Wait, first, who asked the question? I need to see who asked that question.
That was Lebo, I believe, asked that question.
All right. Reparations is a program. It breaks down into acknowledgement, redress, and closure. So the acknowledgement portion, it speaks to the fact that America owes us an apology, not just for slavery, but for all of the atrocities that we've suffered after slavery, which in damn near every case was worse than slavery, from the black codes, Jim Crow, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then there's the redress portion of it. So when we're dealing with redress, for instance, the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Bank, where our ancestors, right out of slavery, hit the ground, put their hands in the dirt, start growing their own subsistence crops, then started to sell crops, started making their own money and depositing that money in the bank, had that money looted and robbed from them. So that's one element, right? So when we're talking about cash payments, direct cash payments, that's one of the things that we're talking about. When we're talking about land, well, we didn't get the 40 acres because after Andrew Johnson became president, after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, he rescinded what Abraham Lincoln and the radical Republicans did at that time. And so we were asked out, but we still hit the ground and said, all right, cool, because that's what we do. And we went to work and we built up our own cities, etc. And these devils came and they burnt it down. So we are asking for all recompense from everything that was taken from us, whether it was the money, whether it was the land, whether it was poor education, whether it was poor medical treatment, etc., etc. Reparations is a program. It's not this singular thing. It has several different layers to it. That's why I say come build with us. Why listen to the people that's just holding 24-hour spaces talking about other men when you can actually be getting educated on reparations? That's my thing.
All right. Let me go ahead and kick it to I'm gonna kick it to Secret Sister. Go ahead, Secret Sister. Unmute your mic.
Brother Naeem, I love the way you just broke that down, because I was saying the same thing. It's a repair. We're trying to repair because as we sit here right now, we carry the DNA of our ancestors, and we are still being raped, pillaged, hung. We're getting shot down in the street like dogs. The fact that our black men and women have to have a certain position when we walk the street, we have to walk with our head down when we should be walking with our head up, because this is our house. This is our house. And at this point, we're taking our house back, and they don't like it. And because they don't like it, they're trying to turn us against each other. So I ask you, Brother Lebo, you have said some very profound things I love. A Boogie, Naheem, all my brothers. I am a woman, and if you, I used to be on here a little bit more frequent, but I'm not. But I am an advocate for my black men because they want you gone. Because you have that, what do I say, golden seed. They want you gone. And as long as they want you gone, I'm going to push for you to be here. So I love the way y'all had your discourse like men. Nobody hated, no name calling, none of that. You understand what I'm saying? We are allowed to have difference of opinions because guess what? We are FBA, Black Americans, whatever you want to call yourself. We are the colorful ones. We are the ones that set the trend. So we all have different creations going on in our head constantly. We are creative people. And with all of our creations, if we put them all together, we are a force to be reckoned with. And that is what the white man is afraid of. If we repair that, they know, they think that we're going to do to them what they done to us. But they don't realize we got so much work to do in our own community. Excuse the expression, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck you. We ain't got time to look your way. We want you just to stay out of ours. As long as you stay out of our face, we fine. We don't want your help. We don't want your know-how. We don't want your opinion. We ain't never wanted your help. We work our ass off from slavery to today. We are not the ones to take advantage of the welfare system. That system was put in place for who uses it today, the white people. We work. So don't let them take you out of who you are. So, Brother Naheem, I am going to look into following because I'm just now learning a lot of people. I'm an elder that's just now learning a lot of people and things like that. But I am a radical person. I am one that I want to put my boots to the ground. I don't like this talking. Just tell me where to be and what size boot do I put on, because I'm with it. And that's just it. I'm with it for my people. I have always been. So with that being said, Newstoter, thank you so much for having you held a fabulous space today. And I am so glad to hear from my brothers and sisters, all the different things that y'all said. Everybody was right. I'm going to be honest. Everybody in here was right. Just because we did not say the same thing does not make us wrong. We all said right. So let's all try to find out how we put our right answers together to make one conglomerate and put these devils in their place. Let's deport them. It's time for us to start deporting niggas for real. We need to start deporting them. And see, I don't know about y'all, but when we get these reparations, let's buy back our home. America, and start getting one big boat and put all these motherfuckers on it. And only until we decide will they come on our land. And on that note, thank you, Newstoter, Ray, and DJ, and Naheem. It's nice to meet you, Lebo, and is it A Boogie? I think it's A Boogie.
A Boogie. A Boogie.
And of course, my professor, and I'm going to go on mute.
And Secret Sister, let me just give you a shout out because I know you DM me after I had lost my mother, so I appreciate that support as well too. So thank you, sister, for just reaching out to me and whatnot. I definitely appreciate that.
No problem, and I'm here for you always. That's what this is for.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sister. And also, y'all, I'm going to just let y'all know tomorrow we're going to not be doing a space, but we will resume on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So tomorrow the Newstoter space won't be on, but we will be back Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as well, guys. So yeah, check us out then as well too. I see we got a somebody trying to come up. So Secret Sister, you mind if I drop you down? Secret Sister, you there?
Yeah, you can drop me.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. We're not gonna be in this space too much longer, y'all. I'm gonna be closing it out in a little bit. So let me go ahead and get to Tammy, then I'm gonna get the baby sister.
Okay, let me go. I have some fast things to say. Newstoter has Cash App, Venmo, and he would appreciate your support in donating. All should be pushing for this platform. One thing I wanted to say is Black farmers are being beat down by the government right now. Can we please go support them, like their page, suggest some type of a boycott to let them know that we support them. They've been begging. The white farmers sued them for discrimination, and the Department of Agriculture left it on their desk, long enough that they scrapped it, right? Devils. Go back and look at some of the Dr. Martin Luther King speeches because he's saying the same things. We fight for the same things that he said in his speeches, y'all. And it just gives you kind of it gives me some encouragement. HBCUs were underfunded for years, y'all. For years. And nobody said anything about it. White people stick together like that. Not one whistleblower. And they knew they owed it. With the Freedmen's Bank, we should be getting profit off of whatever they make every single month. Or however often. It should be a recurring payment. They think they done paid off their debt. You ain't paid off your debt because that's not how it works in the system of banking. Banks get, why ain't nobody saying nothing about some of these things? I don't know. I'm just tired.
All right. Thank you, sister. Appreciate you. T-Way, I'm going to go ahead and let you and then baby sister be the last two speakers for the night. So T-Way, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I had a question for Naeem if he deems me worthy of answering the question. I don't know.
And what's your question, bro?
It's just Naeem's going to be running for office, so he claims. And as long as he's on the reparation campaign, he should garner a lot of our support. But Naeem, you don't take a lot of questions. You very pick and choose who you answer, who you don't answer. It seems sort of hostile. Is this the same position you're going to take with regards to the people who put you in office?
Excellent question. Oh, that's an excellent question. I love that. That's a question I don't mind answering. What you're speaking about is the ignorant trolls that I'm choosing to ignore, which represent 0.00001% of anybody that's going to be relevant to what I'm trying to do during my run. Most of the questions that people want to ask are just solely based in ignorance, and they want to create gotcha moments and a whole bunch of other nonsense that's never going to happen. So I chose to not answer those questions. If I'm running
and I put my platform out there, and I'm talking about reparative justice and the other things that a candidate speaks about when he or she is speaking about fixing the things broken in their district, ward, commission, etc., then why wouldn't I take the questions? But like that, I mean, I have to answer those people. Those are the people that I need to vote for me. That makes all the sense in the world. Now, if you're talking about people on Twitter Spaces whose sole purpose is to just be obstructionists, I don't see why I have to answer those people at all. I don't think anybody should answer anyone whose sole purpose is to try to tear things down. No other purpose at all. So I hope I answered your question. That was an excellent question.
All righty. Let me go ahead and get to baby sister. You're gonna be the last speaker for the night, baby sister. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
I thought I was putting time out or something. I thought Elmon, whoever his name is, came in and put my ass in check. My hand was all up everywhere. I just felt just bad. But no, this is what my last point for anything. Everybody that we have been riding with before Gabe came into play, we had mad respect for, and we still do. So whoever is behind Gabe, you know what you know, and that's good. That's good. But I would like to ask you to ask him everything that we brought to the table that made us think about him side-eye. Because anytime you go to bat for somebody, and this is just my own personal life, anytime I go to bat for somebody and shit goes kind of left and they're crickets, it's like, well, what the fuck? Because everybody in here has their own group of people. You have your own talking points. We all do. That's why we grown as fuck, okay? But I would suggest that you ask this man, when this shit was popping off, literally, in my eyes, he let us out to dry. He ain't said shit. So I would just, if you ride with him, let him know, my people are like, some shit, and you didn't say anything. And like I put in a tweet, and I'm going to shut up. My mother always told me, just don't let anybody come in your house because they'll take your respect and they'll leave a spirit. And that's what that man has done. He's came up in this motherfucker and just left his spirit. We was all okay. We know this man from a can of paint. Now he's on everybody's lips. So I'm just saying, when you see him or whatever, let him know you should have came out and said something. Because if you're black and you're married to somebody black, you should have told your white ass, nigga, you better get your ass in there and sop this shit up. So I'm just saying, but I respect everybody in here, regardless of game. Kiss my ass. So I just want y'all to know. Bye.
All right, baby sister. All right, baby sister.
Respond to that real quick.
Go ahead. I'll let you get the last be the last speaker. Go ahead.
I just listened to the sister, right? And I can tell that she obviously didn't listen to Marcel speak. And if she did, then my bad. But everybody got a chance to ask Gabe every question imaginable. Marcel asked Gabe very tough questions that I thought was outside the norm.
He did, baby, he did.
That I thought were outside the norm for a vetting process, right? But I was still sitting there saying to myself, good question. Because I want to hear the answer as well. Because like I said, I've interacted with Gabe for some years. I got to meet him in October. We broke bread. We had a few drinks together. All of us, the family, as reparations. So, say that again?
Send his lamb. Send his horn.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm going to just send you his number. Now, I don't do that. I don't just send people phone numbers, bro. I don't send nobody phone number without asking them, can I send their phone number? All right, but let me finish saying what I'm saying. So what we're witnessing is this reactionary thing based on a few people that are not in this movement for justice or reparations, that are making this thing something more than what it is. And what others are doing are latching on to it because they have absolutely no substantive or tangible work that they've done in this space. And so this is their way of distracting away from the fact that this man has a political platform that speaks to assisting the freedmen or black folks in his particular district in Chicago. And this is the reactionary nature of humans. It is what it is. Like, I know what it is. But, I mean, sis, and many of the people that come up with this sentiment, y'all wrong. Y'all wrong. He was in the space open for everybody's question. And people got up there and asked their questions. To make it into something else, we need Chicago town hall.
Yeah, brother. I kind of asked you, please, not to come off your mic because this is the last speaker for the night. So we're trying to let him go ahead and get it in because we've been going almost 4 hours. So we're going to get ready to close this space out. So I'm letting this brother go ahead and get it in, and then we're going to close this space out. Go ahead, Naheem.
Naheem, you're absolutely right. And I was in the space too, baby. And I was the one that said I was going to reach out to my church in Chicago.
Baby sister, go ahead. Baby sister, go ahead and let him go ahead and kick it real quick.
I mean, no, look, let me hear what you got to say. And I'm good.
One quick question. Do you know the reason? Do you know why he didn't get elected the last time? And that's no shade. That's no shade. I'm just saying.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
So just to end, at the end of the day, family, we got to do better. Like, we can't be so reactionary that we're just jumping out the window, making a whole bunch of false claims just because some people that don't really know nothing about reparations or politics hold Twitter spaces for 3, 4, 5 days straight. That shouldn't be how any of this works, family. We gotta do better. That's why I came up on this stage, to subject myself to people's questions and let it be known I'm not scared to answer anybody's questions, first and foremost. And I wanted to speak to the topic, and I wanted to show how the topic, New York Post says black families need fathers, not reparations, ties into how a coon from the right can get on the same accord with the white supremacists on the left. But then when we have somebody that's white get on the same accord with us, we don't want to reciprocate that, all because some guys in the Twitter space said otherwise, and they lied about it. And we held the space. Go check my wall. Go back and listen to it. We addressed a lot of this stuff. I don't want to keep, hold up you shutting your space down, Newstoter. Honors to you, and honors to everybody, that's up here, whether you are adversarial or not. It is what it is. This is a part of the process. These are the growing pains that we are going through. We're going to win. At the end of the day, we are going to win, and the 40+ million American freedmen that don't know what the hell is going on any of these Twitter spaces are going to benefit from it. So with that, I say peace.
All right, brother. I appreciate that. Lebo, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to let you get 50 seconds in, brother, because I'm going to shut this space down. So I'm going to let you get 50 seconds in, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get ready to kick it to the co-host, and we're going to shut it down. So you got 50 seconds.
Hey, peace and blessings, bro. You're right about all that. But if his ass fuck around and fuck us around, you get fucked around, man. Myself get fucked around.
Okay, brother. Appreciate that. Ray, DJ, I'm going to go ahead and let y'all get it in. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and just mute it so nobody else comes up here. So Ray, DJ, y'all go ahead and say what you want to, and we're going to close this space out.
Great topics tonight. See y'all next time. Go Dogs.
Real talk. You got it, DJ.
Go dogs. Shit, I ain't got no dog in the fight, right? You feel what I'm saying? I'm rooting for the motherfucking Georgia, yo. That's it, son. You know what I'm saying? Go dogs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, team's mad. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. So yeah, tune in tomorrow for that national championship. You know what I mean? And football in general. Go Giants, motherfucker. You're mad. You know what I'm saying? Go Giants. You're mad. You know what I'm saying? See you in the playoffs. You know, if your team didn't make it, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? And as usual, reparations2023.com. 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 We pulling up on the national lawn. Real talk. Good night, y'all. Newstoter.
Appreciate y'all coming in. Special shout out to all of the co-hosts, the speakers, the listeners. This was a great space tonight. I appreciate everybody that came in and contributed to the space. Thank you to all the speakers, listeners, all my people who tweeted out the space as well too. Like I say, we will be back Tuesday. We will be off tomorrow, but we will be back Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We hope to have a great space. If y'all don't know, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when we do our Twitter spaces. So please, if you guys get a chance, come on in here and speak or listen or do whatever. Be more than happy to have you guys up in the Twitter space. Thank you to everybody once again. Sunday night space. We don't normally do it. Every now and then we'll have one, but this was a great space. I wish I could go longer, but we've been here 4 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to everybody. Thank y'all once again. We will see y'all Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everybody, y'all be safe. God bless.
Hey, News, is DJ doing part 2?
I don't think he is. I don't know. You got to ask him.
Are you doing part 2? That'll be my last question. You doing part 2, DJ? You good?
I mean, hey, like I said, only if the people want me to, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. Part 2 in this, y'all. Part 2 in this. Let me get some hands in the comments before I agree to agree. Oh shit, damn. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers ain't hesitate. Shoot the club up. Bang, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying?
So part 2, y'all check my man out of his Twitter space, part 2, man. So y'all definitely catch DJ up. For that, we're going to go ahead and close this space out, and I will see y'all Tuesday.